All right, I believe we are live, gentlemen. So, salutations, YouTube. Heath Wanamaker, aka Bruce Wayne. Going to be running a pickup game of Numenera today. Everybody got together and decided they wanted to play a game, so why not? Um, you can catch me on YouTube at Gaming in Gotham, also WordPress, gaminggotham.wordpress.com. And I have with me a fine group of gentlemen. I think this will be a fantastic game. I will let them introduce themselves, plug whatever they want to plug, and maybe tell you folks a little bit about their characters, backgrounds, etc. So I'll start with whoever's directly to my left, and it looks like that is you, Nestor. So talk to the people.
Sorry, phone's being slow, but I'm Nestor, also known as Minerd. I'll be playing Alta, my mystical glaive who rides the lightning. Anyway, check out the Mining Nerd for all the fun stuff I'm doing there. And next one to me.
Okay, we'll just move that right along to Mike the Piper.
Hello everyone, I'm Mike the Piper. My YouTube channel is Mike the Piper because, you know, I'm imaginative like that. Today I will be playing all the NPCs. And the funny thing is, I just thought I was going into a random chat, and then I got told that I was playing multiple characters. So this is going to rock. And as far as channels, you're obviously here on Gaming in Gotham's channel, which good, because you should. And also, all these gentlemen to my left, because of Hangouts, check out all their channels as they describe them. Peace.
All right, and over to Kyle.
Name is Kyle Hood. I actually run Legacy Game Mastering. We do a little bit of everything. We're trying to get a podcast off the ground, but it's taken some time. Some life events have slowed that down, but we have a YouTube channel, Legacy Game Mastering. We're also on WordPress at legacygamemastering.wordpress.com. We have a Facebook page, facebook.com/legacygamemastering. I'm going to be playing Amon. He is a swift jack who works the back alleys. So, yeah, go ahead, and everyone who wants to at this point make the prostitution joke can feel free, because I know it's coming. But yeah, other than that, you know, pretty good, having some fun. Legacy is going to hopefully here, now that I've got a lot of these life events out of the way, get some new games going for some one-shots and maybe even a couple of long-term games that we can get up on the channel so you guys can indulge.
All right, fantastic. And Mr. Darby.
Hello, my name is Josh, and I've asked people not to say my last name on YouTube, but, you know, Heath's being a dick. I am, of course, the Smoking RP Gamer, and as always, it's great to be here. Tonight I will be playing William Preston. He is a nano with a lot of fire-based abilities. And it should be fun to play. I don't get to play much in Heath's games, but he's a dick, so we get along okay. Anyway, I will go ahead and kick it back to him so he can kick it over to the next person.
All right, thank you for those kind words. I'm flattered. And then we will go to Eric.
Hello, everybody. My name is Eric Padraig. I am the project designer for Haphazard Projects. We currently have something going on Indiegogo, but I'm not going to spend too much time plugging it because this is the first chance I will have to play this character concept in an entire session. I've always had the character sheet kind of floating around, but all the games I've tried to play kind of peter out and whatnot. So I just want to thank everybody for being here and giving me the chance to play the character.
Of course, man. You're absolutely welcome. And last but certainly not least, Chris.
Hey guys, I'm Chris with DropDice.com. I've got a YouTube channel, same name, but I'd recommend checking out the website because it's brand new and I'm trying to get traffic over there. I do a lot of world building stuff and I'm working on a Fantasy Age hack if you're interested in any sort of sci-fi settings, which if you're looking at Numenera, you're probably interested in that sort of thing too. I'll be playing a glaive that's focused on defense. I can't remember the exact phrase off the top of my head, so let me pull up my sheet. Here we go. I'm a tough glaive who stands like a bastion.
All right, so he's the toughest son of a bitch in the land. All right, so to kind of set the scene, you guys are in a dystopian future. The law of the land resides with those who are in power, not the people. The people are, in fact, just sheep. They simply do what the shepherd says. Though they are given an illusion of freedom, they are often unwittingly guided to their decisions. Some people, however, slowly begin to wake to this through some means or another, and they begin to realize what's going on. Some of them ask questions. Some of them ask too many questions, and those people often come up missing. You all have slowly begin to open your eyes to the world around you. You begin to notice the targeted ads, the conversations whispered amongst people as you walk by, to wonder when the last time was that you heard anything about what was happening, in the city, on the news, anything really relevant, about the world. So I'm going to ask you guys, how is it? What was the event or something that transpired that may have kind of shook you from this stupor that you've been in?
I guess this is anybody can jump in and start talking.
Yeah, whoever wants to tell
All
me,
right.
lay the groundwork for me about what transpired that woke you up to the world.
All right. Well, my character, Best, that's not meant to be, haha, I'm the best, but is pretty much like a mountain of a man. He's absolutely huge, and he makes most of his money going out and hunting down monsters and animals and beasts and whatnot, and skinning them and bringing them back into cities and whatnot for money or for goods or whatever. And really, this last time in, I lost probably half of the money I usually bring in because they're introducing these stupid taxes. I mean, I can understand a little bit of tax into the government that's providing you, shelter and whatnot. But when you end up paying out like 65% of what you're supposed to get in taxes, I don't understand how somebody who lives a life like Best could continue to get by. So, and he's a pretty big guy. He's 9'10", might pull a 15. So he's getting ready to shove some weight around and see if he can get things back to the way they were.
Alright, so I guess Alta was working part-time with his friend who does smithing, and he sort of woke up from this when he saw his friend basically having to give these guys money to sort of, I guess, as protection, so his shop doesn't, go bankrupt or anything like that. So he decides that this is a bit unfair for the society he lives in. And he's pretty big. He's like 6 foot, something like that. So he's relatively tall, 5'10", 6 foot.
Amon is dealing with the type of work that he does, mostly back-end deals, greasing palms, bribing the right kind of people, has begun becoming disillusioned with the fact that the political class that claims to help people and to keep order is as corrupt and dirty and messed up as anything else. And the reality is that they're no better than anyone else. And so he's decided he's going to fight against the order.
William was basically just mostly minding his own business. And around the age of 20, this weird power he seems to have activated for the first time, and he wreathed himself in flames, which subsequently burned down his house, almost killed his mother and father, and got him ostracized from the town he lived in. So from that point on, he's been moving across the land, making money where he can, and just trying to survive.
Oh, I thought I fixed that. Oops. Sorry, I was muted. My character Rainer has an interesting requirement for its background. I'm supposed to be tied to another character, possibly save their life from something, and I'm going to say that that's the event that brought Rainer out of it. Would anybody like to be my charge, if you would?
Sure, I'll be it if you want me to.
Okay. So, yeah. How about this? What would have got you in a situation where Rainer would have stepped in and had to save your life?
Possibly when Ulta was tracking down these two guys who basically were sent for his buddy's protection money.
Okay. So yeah, that's the case. I think that it would probably be a case so that when you were going out, because I'm essentially indebted to you. And that was kind of like our first mission, and I just screwed it up terribly. And now I'm at the point that I feel like I owe you one, because without you there, I would have just ended up another smear on the pavement.
All right, that makes sense.
Okay. So through your various events, you've kind of begin to see, the world for what it is, because it's it's these large mega corporations, that oversee everything in the day-to-day lives of the citizens. They may not interact directly, but sure enough, the influences are there in some fashion. You guys having grown up in it to whatever degree, you were unwittingly just conditioned, not to ask questions, to subconsciously just accept certain things. And that new coat that you've been wanting, you see that it's on sale, through various holo programs, posters, or just hearing about a deal on the street. This is, in fact, no coincidence. Everyone is given, like a digital barcode that constantly updates their desires into the system, where it responds with advertisements to you in many forms. They even have, AIs through the city to help them observe, to subliminally exploit you, and to help keep the people docile. So you all basically feel that you know who's responsible for this, and have all found yourself in the primary city where the mega corporations are located. And it's just a giant, neon lights, glistening steel, glass. Uh, it's anything that you could think of is here. Giant billboards, all kinds of different establishments. A lot of it on the outer fringes is fairly run down, full of poverty, you know. But despite the how it looks, the poverty, everybody does have they do have a place to go, to sleep at night. They do make some money. No one's really on the streets per se. So where is it? Where is it that you gentlemen would find yourself in the city?
Well, basically, like I was saying earlier, about this whole new system of taxes they got going on, I would probably be at whatever kind of station they have that regulates such things, and wanting to find information as to why the sudden change. No grace period between, no warning, and if things get personal, then I'll just step a little bit closer and say, well, what am I supposed to do for money now? But like I said, if it comes to that, I'm going to be stepping closer.
All right, so there is an office that you can go to where citizens can file complaints against the city. You find it kind of interesting, though, perhaps when you go in there, it's completely empty. There's rows of chairs, like a digital scanner to scan in and get your number, but there's not a single person in there. There's a woman behind a desk, a wall rather, and it's got a big pane of glass and like a little speaker in the middle. And as you come in, she greets you. So, Mike, what is it that this woman says?
Yes, hello, welcome. Can I help you with something?
I'd like to think so. I've been doing the same thing coming in and out of this town for almost 12 years now. This is one of my pit stops. This is where I make my bread. This is where I earn my gold. And now you've got some sort of something going on with the guards at pretty much every road in, to where everything that I'm bringing in is just not, it's not giving me enough to live off of. And I want to know how that could have happened between the last time I was here and now, which was maybe only a week ago. There were no notices of anything. And generally why this place is getting into my own private business.
Well, the Council of Corporations thanks you for your purchase and thanks you graciously for the income that you provided to the corporations for your business. Please understand we are trying to assist everyone, and as from Shinra Corp to you, we just would like to tell you thank you very much for your business. If you would kindly take a seat and take your number, we will get to you as soon as we can. Thank you. And you would see the woman just sit back and kind of look at, I guess, what would be a small screen by her computer, which is just constantly feeding her these different ads. And as she's just cycling through, it almost seems like her mind just drifts off and just focuses on that.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm going to go over, I'm going to take a number, and then I'm going to walk right back up to her. And then I'll slide my number. Maybe now, instead of just throwing me the company line, you can actually talk to me like I'm a human being. I say again, this is all but ruining my life. The corps have never come into this before. No warning, no notices, anything. These were private vendors I was working with. So tell me how the MCs have anything to do with that.
Just for a moment, she looks at you, and it's almost as if her mind is racing to figure out the very correct thing to say in the situation that you're presenting her with.
Oh, well, Shinra Corp is gracious for your patience, and if you would like to take a seat, your number should be called rather soon. We would like to thank you for your business and thank you for your support.
You've got my number right there in front of you. There's no one else here. Are you trying to make me list more ways that I'm getting aggravated?
I'm terribly sorry, and we do not wish to aggravate you. However, have you also filled out Form 63-2, subsection B of the Private Business to Shinra Corp clause?
This has nothing to do with any MC. These were private vendors.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
My trade with them has become interrupted.
I see. Unfortunately, procedures indicate that Shinra Corp is now in charge of all private and less than private businesses. If you would kindly fill out the form, we would gladly get back to you and help you out as soon as we can. And we thank you very much for your patience on behalf of Shinra Corp.
And with that, you start to see the glass kind of fog just a little bit. You can still see through it, but it's just a little bit smoky. And your number is already disappeared.
Right.
Excellent.
Well,
So,
if you want to go ahead, sorry.
so it looks as though that Best is being given the runaround. So how would you like to proceed?
Everybody's got a boss. So
However,
I'm looking-
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So this is true. They do have a boss. However, you wouldn't necessarily be familiar, with who the president of
Oh, I know that.
the corporation is.
Yeah, my character has no clue about anything social except for intimidation. So I think I'm going to play it a type. I'm going to walk around, see if there are any doors, and then I'm going to knock on them heavily.
There doesn't appear to be any doors in the receiving area that lead, back to this other room. There's just that glass window that displays your number on it. That the hostess has currently fogged over. You can't really see inside there. It's real hazy looking.
Okay. I'm going to tap. Hey, you didn't even tell me where those forms were.
And then you would see a small, almost as if it was part of the wall, just kind of slide open a little bit, and just one small sheet of, I guess, some kind of a digital paper kind of just pops up.
Thank you. take it back. I'm gonna write on it. You know, and what they're asking for on the form is not at all what I'm going to be writing down. What I'm going to be writing down is basically MCs suck, and then the rest of it's just going to be colorful metaphors, as it would be. And then I'll tap on the glass, slide it back to her, and I really wish there was something I could slam here, but pretty much turn around and walk out.
There are the chairs.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I want to go that route just yet. Just because I'm a big, huge mountain of rage doesn't mean that I'm going to take it out on somebody who doesn't deserve it. And it's clearly not her fault. Clearly not her fault. I just have to find somebody else to break in half. So, I stumble out, and I'm going to go to I guess I'm going to go to a watering hole that I know, because he never answered me back, but I was going to say that Josh's character was, according to my background, the one guy that could snap me out of my rages and prevent the bad things from happening. So
Sure.
I'm gonna thank you. And I'm gonna go to one of the watering holes that we frequent when we happen to be in the same town and whatnot. So I'll be making my way over there.
All right, so you're making your way to over to that bar. What's the bar called?
Techno Rose.
All right, so you're on your way to the Techno Rose. Now, we're gonna hop over to William. You ran into your buddy Best not too long ago, and he sounded awfully disgruntled about these new taxes. And you have your own kind of intuitions as well about some things that have been going on with you, and it just seems awfully off. So you, for better or worse, have also made your way to the city to see what's going on. And you know that Best may be there. So what is it that William finds himself doing?
William would head into the town, not really thinking too much about it. Best is not one to stay calm, so him being disgruntled is rather run-of-the-mill. However, he would just walk into town, or if he can, walk into town, move towards one of their local watering holes, usually the most common one.
So we'll say that you are familiar with the Techno Rose. You've been here more than once, with Best, drinking with them, kind of there also to keep him from flipping his shit.
And he'll essentially just head towards the Techno Rose. Although he does try not to burst into flames while in town at all.
Right. So on your way there, you're walking up to the bar and you see, above the door, and this just bright red flashing neon, this rose, this kind of, moving in and out of different shades, of red. And it says, techno on one side, rose on the other. You can hear the sounds, of multiple people, glasses clinking. Pretty typical bar scene. You step inside. It's a pretty modest crowd that's in there. Not overly busy, but by no means slow.
Head up to the bar and just order a glass of whiskey or whatever futuristic version of whiskey they have.
All right, so the waitress comes up to you. Mike, if you would.
Sorry, did you say the waitress?
Correct, the bartender.
Cool. Yeah, you see the bartender come over to you, William. He's, well, He's the same. He's the same guy that you'd see every single time in every single type of bar. Thick, burly forearms. Just kind of a relaxed posture, especially when he sees you walk in. And he kind of looks at you oddly. He says, "William, where's Best at? I heard you." Well, strange. I mean, usually you lads come in together.
Yeah, he called me into town, something about the fucking taxes. He's upset or something, I don't know.
Oh, tell me about it. They've been taxing our bloody balls off. Soon I'm gonna have to count me on pubic hairs to find out what I owe the bloody corporations, you know.
That's
here.
what folks do, man.
So what you'll be this time? Yeah, actually, I'll tell you what. Last time you and Bess were in here, I made it my mission to find a beautiful bottle of 2610 whiskey. Hang on a second, I've got it here somewhere. Just give me just a moment. And you hear bottles clinking, and he's kind of moving things around. No, I found it. Hang on, and look. I'm not even going to give it to you in one of those crap hollow glasses. No, this is real glass, and just keep it under your hat, because the fucking Shinra Court, get this, they're actually starting to charge restaurants and bars a tax for each glass and plate they've got. Fuckers. Hang on a sec. You just keep this under your hat. Just pretend it's a fucking hollow glass or something. And he just like kind of pops the glass, kind of slides it over to him.
So they're actually starting to charge you a tax for the fucking glasses?
What? Is this a surprise to you? If they could cut a stone, they could probably draw blood from it. That's how hard they're squeezing our bollocks, you know.
At this point, William's going to put a cigarette to his lips, and he snaps his fingers, and as he does so, a fire erupts on his fingertips, which he uses to light the cigarette.
There are you do see some some heads kind of swivel, at this. There's next to no open displays of any type of power, as far as you know. Nobody in the city has any. So a lot of them look kind of almost concerned, and they look away, and a couple of them actually kind of get up and just leave, in a hurry.
He douses the flame.
Look, you best be putting that sort of thing away. Apparently the corps have been talking. They've been sending people out to look for people in your situation. So if I were you, just keep it under your hat a bit.
They're looking for nanos?
Real quick, I was probably somewhere in the back of the bar so I could see everybody coming in. I'll walk up and sit right there at the bar, and I look at the bartender and say, you didn't offer me that bottle when I came in.
So yeah, somehow it managed to escape your sight, that mountain of a man that walked in, just a few moments ago. dwarfing the freaking motherfucker had to get down, hunker down to even step into.
Not terribly sorry. I was just busy with other clients. I didn't even see you there, Best. Well, here, I'll tell you what. Because I like you both, and well, because you're tall enough to wrestle a bloody horse to the ground. Here, keep the bottle.
Thank you.
And he just plunked the bottle on.
I look at Best, and well, in his defense, last time you were here, you did throw somebody through the door.
I did.
You're an angry man.
I'll be a lot less angry when I can take a shot of that and hear this story that this man just told you without having me to put my own inflection behind it. Because right now, even my inflection is kind of pissed off.
I take the glass I haven't touched yet and slide it over to you.
Thank you. So seriously, they're taxing you that much, and you ain't got no say in it.
Oh, don't worry. People have said plenty, but the people that usually speak up, well, they're the ones that just seem to not be around anymore after. That's why
Well, then I think today is going to be very interesting because I pretty much started to tell some people off today.
Wonderful.
I would highly suggest.
I did it with the utmost courtesy, okay? I didn't break anything. I didn't threaten anyone. I just may have told the MCs to go fuck themselves.
And how many letters?
William, we're gonna have to write this down. This should be a national holiday. You actually had some control, best. Gosh, bloody hell.
Yeah, sounds like it's a fucking miracle. And apparently, I chased 2 people out by displaying some nano abilities. So we're switching roles.
There's a little beeping that goes off somewhere on Best's person, and he's like, "You want even better news there?
Sure.
Tonight's the night."
Oh shit.
Hey, I ain't got any control over this, but
So the barkeep kind of looks at you quizzically, Best, when you mention tonight's the night.
Yeah, what you mean tonight's the night for what? Tonight's the night you're gonna give up violence entirely and become a pacifist.
I almost laughed. Almost. No, we've just got somewhere we have to be. You know, meeting an old friend.
I just look at Best. I need to find bigger chains. The last one's broke.
Well, hopefully we can find some more where they won't charge us an arm and a limb, or else I will literally have to give them an arm and a leg. Sorry, I'm getting my metaphors twisted up.
That's all right, lad. You're 9'10". I'm not going to question anything. If you say an arm and a limb, you could say a Cuisinart and a tutu, and I won't really say much about it. But no, carry on. Look, I don't know what you're talking about with chains, and just be careful. This place is getting dangerous. I mean, we're all happy people here, and we don't want to cause waves, because a lot of times those waves turn into tidal waves, and all the people around get washed away, especially those you care about. Just be careful.
Sorry. I'm not gonna be the one breaking down buildings this time. I'm going to leave that for someone a little bit more qualified. Someone who's already been here for a while.
Well, I can't break down a building. I could probably burn them down.
So, as Best and William, sit in the bar talking amongst themselves, speaking with the bartender who, they know. What is going on during this time with Raynor?
Raynor is coming back from being outside the city, just kind of wandering around looking for work, because it's been kind of a rough month for him in the last bit here, and he just got hassled by a checkpoint who took his last shin from him, so now he's just kind of pissed. And he's going down to the bar to try and find some of his buddies to try and bum some cash off of until he can get his next job. And when he comes in, he's going to see Bess and William in there. And he's going to turn to, like, some imaginary friend. He's like, "Hey, yo, check out these guys, huh? Hey, look, these motherfuckers are back in the bar. All right, come on." And he'll, like, saddle up. He's like, "So what are we drinking?" Like, doesn't even throw down money. He just expects them to pour for him.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be so mean as to say get him a bottle of the cheap stuff, but
This is entirely too common for Rainer, who, by the way, is not super tall. He's actually kind of short and shaped like a gorilla. Like his arms are a little too long for his body.
yeah. Give him something from the second tier there, I guess.
Nah, I'll go ahead and just get us another glass.
Really?
Why not?
All right.
At that, Art, the bartender, would kind of look at both you, William, and you, Bess, and kind of nod his head over, asking if he's okay to have a glass.
Oh, he's cool. He's fine. He's a mooch, but he's a fun mooch.
All right.
Hey, man, I wouldn't have to mooch if jobs weren't so bad. The MCs are getting involved in everything. They took my last shin for passing through the gates. It was a gate tax. What the hell is that? Why do I got to pay to go through the gates now? This damn city.
Don't you know? This is their city, and if they want you to pay to go through the gate, you'll pay to go through the gate.
I've had just about enough of this.
We all have.
They're gonna end up chasing away every freight trader from here to the dark side of the moon. I mean, I don't see how this is going to be sustainable, and quite frankly, I don't mind taking my business somewhere else.
Well, sometimes at some point we may have to take our business somewhere else, but until we do, we're basically stuck doing this.
No, I know. I can't leave right now. The son of a bitches took half my crap. I have open contracts still, which I'm going to have to fulfill, which means I'm going to have to go back out of the city, do more hunting and trapping, bring it all in so they can take away another half of it. I'm going to have to make 5 or 6 trips just to pay for what used to be one trip. And I'm going to come out in the black.
Yes, but unfortunately, my dear friend, that is a fact of life. At least in our current situation or in our current place, it's a fact of life.
It's not a fact of life. It's a fact of freaking bastards thinking they can get away with shit.
When do bastards not think they can get away with shit?
Oh, the obvious ones that it's easy to stand up and, I mean, just rip apart, Those are the good kind. Separate really cleanly right down the spine.
Well,
these guys are hiding between, freaking tinted glass and, letting low-level people be the facemen of, oh, you got to pay this tax and this tax. There was never a public decree. There was never any notice if you're a free tradesman, this is the way it's going to be now. They just up and changed it. And I'm visibly starting to get pissed.
So calm down.
Best. Come on, lad. Listen, it's just that those fuckers own everything. You see the steel and the glass, they own it. You see the streets, they own it. Even the vehicles that everyone has, they own them. You never truly own your car. You never truly own anything. It always belongs to someone else. You just have to accept it. Or move. But move to where? So for now, just have to suck it up and smile. And besides, you keep drinking that bottle, maybe this place will get that renovation it needs when someone comes in here running their mouths.
I'm just saying, when we run out of money, what are they going to tax us with next? Are they going to put us in service to the companies? I don't think so.
Oh, they'll figure out something, I'm sure.
Look, just for right now, I'd highly suggest you drink your bottle and just relax. Maybe have a good time. Try not to crush anyone or rip someone in half. Hey, Best. Yeah, I'm looking at you, which is sad because you're sitting down and I still have to look up to you. crazy tall bastard, like a giant tree of a man.
Can't be natural.
Hey,
So
how do you
good.
think I feel? I'm even shorter than you.
Yeah. Aye. Well, listen, aye. This is an establishment, not a charity. We don't give away alcohol here. If you want to drink, you do have to pay for it eventually.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You know I'm good for it. Like shifty eyes.
I don't actually know you at all. I mean, what's my name?
You know, you're the bartender. You know, I mean, I'm good.
I'll throw a couple of shins onto the bar and say, just humor him.
Fine. All right, Bess, but only because you could rip me in half like a very wet piece of tissue paper.
Yeah, there's that too.
So, you guys are all driving at the bar, talking about your woes. Meanwhile, what is it that Amen is doing?
He is actually there at the Techno Rose. He is in a dark, deep corner, and he is greasing a palm of one of the mega corporation security people to get some security plans that he can pass along to some underworld contacts.
Okay, so I'll come back to that in just a second. Nestor, what is your character's name again? I'm sorry.
Alta.
So what is it that Alta finds himself doing?
Well, he's also going down to the Techno Rose after finishing up a shift at his friend's shop.
Okay.
Slightly annoyed at what the MCs are doing to his friend's establishment. So he walks in, greets his favorite bartender as usual, and asks for his usual beer.
So you see another gentleman sidle up next to you. Definitely a familiar face to you, Rainer.
Hey, Alta, where you been?
You know, the usual, helping out my buddy maintain his smithing. I
Telling
can't
you
believe
there's no money in that. We got to get ourselves a big gig. I mean, come on. We can't just be sitting in town playing with metal. We need a caravan. With all this damn taxes, none of them's coming through.
I hear. They're taxing us just on freaking running the shop. And that's more than what we make in a day. Am I right? As I look over to the bartender.
Art will just kind of nod, and it's no right, but I mean, there's precious little we can do. And as he says that, all of a sudden, one of the there's like these. They almost look like decorative glass. All of a sudden, they just start popping up with all these different advertisements, just like flashing, like for a different type of beer that Alta is kind of drinking, and maybe a new type of weapon, like an arms dealer that sells like totally legal firearms, and all these different like just flashing colors and not so much sound, but just all this just like basically a cacophony of this visual pollution just assaulting your senses. Art kind of looks up and kind of winces, turns away, and I don't really have control over that, but it'll go away in a sec. Don't worry. Here you go, Alta. Here's your beer, and he kind of just slides it down the bar toward you.
Now I'll kind of point up at all that, the advertisement and whatnot. Every single time I come into one of those places and they try and do all that, they never throw anything up there for what I want. What does that really tell you about this place?
That you have really freaky, weird tastes.
You say they never throw anything up there for what you want, but it always seems that there's advertisements, about new leather jackets and in
Yeah.
different fashion that's coming out, which
Yeah,
is interesting since you always bring in leather, and they're always seem to be looking for it whenever you're around.
leather and animal hides and all sorts of stuff like that. But I'm just of the mind that I take my skills. Hey, how much of the land around here does the MC actually have? I think that's a damn fine question. Anybody know the answer to that one?
Not really, no, Bess. I'm assuming that's her name, at least. Like a guess?
Best.
Well... Oh, crap, Art. As per usual, Art, whenever you speak, the accent starts rubbing off on me. I hate that.
Just drink.
Hey, not all of
Alright.
us can be eloquent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I hear you, Rainer. I'm thinking maybe opening up a caravan like you said. Maybe that'll at least make some
We don't even
goddamn
need to
No.
open one. We just need to get a ride on one of them to the next city. I mean,
No. I've got a better idea. If we want to scream up a big fuck you to the MC, we make our own trading post outside of city limits.
Then they can't tax us.
yeah, but we could tax the hell out of their products.
Exactly.
That is true.
Taste of their own medicine.
And how long it is before you think they come down on that like a massive hailstorm of stones?
Look, we can make sure that it's not in their territory, okay? They can't purchase the territory that someone else's own. They have to buy it. So even if they come in with their big wallets and whatnot, let them do it. Let them buy the place. We'll just turn around and open another one somewhere else. Before you know it, we'll have our own big city like that. And that, my
all this
friends, is
money.
an easy way to get in on all this bullshit. That's just my idea. What do I know? I've been wearing the same animal hide for 3 months.
So, Amin, as you're greasing this guy's hand, and trying to get these blueprints. What exactly are the blueprints that you're trying to get? By the way, like, what's the motivation here?
I am trying to get hands on the blueprints to a security vault so that somebody can steal new developmental technologies.
Okay. So the guy's kind of pulls up a chair next to you, trying to look as inconspicuous as possible. However, it is a security guard that works for Shinra Corps. So he looks pretty well off. He's got a real nice $200 haircut, clean shaven. He's in good shape, he looks kind of, almost like he could be in like a modeling magazine or something. He's real shifty. He looks out of place. And he's just like, yeah. You want the blueprints? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's he's looking around. He's like, eyes everywhere. This might not be enough. You might put a little more in my hand to make something like this happen. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna go ahead and promise him a 10% cut of the profits once what they steal is sold.
10% cut of what? 10% of nothing's still nothing, Amin. You know that. Right now, that's what you have.
Hey, take it or leave it. 10% of what they can get for this, it's worth it.
You know what? I'm putting my ass on the line for this one. You know that, right? This better be big.
The money you'll make, you won't ever have to worry about it.
This better be big, Amin. This better be big.
If they steal what they're saying they're gonna steal, you ain't ever gonna have money problems again.
Look, man, I don't even know what they're making. It's under wraps. I ain't even heard a peep of this. They got some kind of secrecy thing going on. There's a couple guys come out of that lab talking about what was going on. I ain't seen them for a week. You know what I'm saying?
Even better. You got capable deniability.
Yeah, we'll see, Amon. We'll see. I know you're tight. So he as he says that, he gets up and kind of straightens his jacket, rubs his hands, kind of shifty, and goes to slither out of the establishment. And as he leaves, you hear this. You hear some pretty interesting talking going on over at the bar. This large man, not exactly quiet, like his stature, his voice is loud. It kind of booms. He might not even be able to whisper if he tried. Talking about trying to buy some land, and he's going to stick it to the man. We'll build a city of our own and all this.
I'm just a giant hippie. That's all I am.
Yeah, and somehow Raynor is actually louder than him too. Like through the helmet and everything.
While Ulta's just like trying to have a decent conversation while being somewhat quiet, so like he doesn't get in trouble by like the MCs.
Going to smoothly make my way up to the other group, kind of eavesdrop on them.
Well, you immediately notice my character just like sipping on his glass of whiskey, just shaking his head as the others are talking.
Hey, William.
The moment they start mentioning purchasing land, I'm going to walk up to them and I'm going to ask them point blank what it's worth to them.
So some, shady-looking guy just approaches you guys. You hear him from behind you. What's the land worth to you?
I slowly step off the stool and turn around to face him. So what you're seeing is probably this.
You just see like his stomach/chest. How tall is Best again?
9'10".
Hang on a second.
He's an oddity.
That's just about what you guys see, by the way.
Yeah, I turn around and look at you, and I immediately look at Best, and I'm like, oh, God. Best, go back to your drink. He's just one of those fucking shadow people, okay? Just move on.
I only have one question for the man. Did we invite you into our conversation?
I immediately start looking over at this giant guy, and I'm like, you might want to save your anger for the MCs. This guy, these types aren't worth it.
Best.
They come into my shop. They come into my buddy's shop all the time for weapons.
Best. You're not exactly quiet. Everyone in the bar was part of that conversation.
Well, my simple response is I'm going to manage to pull out a ID card that I managed to palm a while ago from one of the guys I worked with. Fortunately, we hope he hasn't noticed us missing, and it would get us into where we could make the changes that they could get a piece of land without paying anything.
Unless he happens to have something that might be worth our interest.
Well, I'm spinning the card in between my fingers, hoping you guys take notice that I have a card that can clearly get you what you want.
Well, I notice.
My question is, does the 9-foot-tall guy notice?
Oh, I
was
noticed.
gonna say you can tell that Raynor notices that you have a plastic card, but has no inclination of what you're getting at.
Anyone intelligent enough? Is the nano intelligent enough to figure out what I'm doing here?
Oh, the Nano got it a while ago. He's just ignoring it.
Look, okay. Whoever you are, our conversation was going fine without you here. So, why don't you go back over there, sit back down.
Best, you do know what that card he's flashing is, correct?
It's a piece of plastic for all I'm concerned.
It's not a piece of plastic.
You may have begun to notice too while this is going on, as you guys, the conversation you guys were having with Art, about the core and all that. People have slowly, begin to leave the bar. So like when you turn around, there's maybe a handful.
Well, I suggest before somebody calls the guards, I have a good hideout spot if you want to keep discussing this. A couple of them if you want to know the truth.
I guess that would probably benefit all of us, especially if we're going to continue this and not ruin Art's business as well.
I honestly think we should stop discussing this. Just sit here, drink our drinks, and everyone kind of calm down.
Well, I'm completely calm.
You're right. You're right. I don't want to cause any problems here. Waste my time on this little guy. Come on, let's take this conversation out on the road.
Oh God.
Before you go, wait a minute, listen. It's not going to take too much time for the alcohol to wear off for the people that left and senses to kick in. If you're going to leave, don't leave through the bloody front, leave through the back entrance. And he kind of sweeps his hand to the right, and you see there's a small little nondescript door with like a bathroom sign. Just go through there. I'm sure your shifty little friend here will know where he's going. We'll get back into an alleyway. You can carry on from there. Just go. Take the bottle, take the glasses. Don't care. You're saving me money. Just go. I'll try and install the guards if I can.
I'll pick up the bottle. Okay. Through the door, best.
In fact, we can head to my buddy's shop. No one ever suspects the Smiths to be up to anything.
No.
You're saying you've already got a lot of attention there.
Or we could just go ahead and take my advice, and I have a couple of shady waterfront locations that would help.
I don't know you.
Hey, help is help. Do you want to get arrested or not?
Best
that is true.
Me at one point.
I'd rather not have my friend bail me out for the third time already.
Well, I hear the inside of their prison cells is nice and comfortable. If you like mattresses on the floor and getting beat.
Yeah, I don't plan on getting arrested the third time in the past 5 years.
Yeah, plus you got to worry about the lice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also thinking what you guys are talking about might lead to a short drop sudden stop. If you catch the meeting.
Suddenly, the lights, the bar lights, kind of go out, and a kind of a red, almost emergency-like lighting goes on in the bar.
Hey, I think that's our cue.
That's our cue.
I was about to say, we were already heading out the back, right?
Yeah, we're all running now. Now we're just trying to figure out where to go. At this point, we're all belling as a group because it's the only thing to do.
All right.
I am taking the bottle.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. But I was gonna look. I was gonna look at your character, Josh, and just kind of nod my head and say, "You know what I'm talking about." 15 minutes. And literally, I just rush out the back door, and I'm hauling ass.
Yeah, as soon as you say 15 minutes, I literally pause at the door, look at him. I'm kind of contemplating, would it be better in jail? And I leave.
But literally, I just haul ass outside of city limits and find like a nice little grove that's nowhere on the main road that is hopefully one that that we had been to in the past. And then I'm going to get out there. I'm going to find me a nice size animal, hunt it down, and you know what? I'm not even going to bother cooking it. I'm just going to start eating it. I'll set aside clean parts for anybody else that happens by.
This reminds me of high school for some odd reason. Because I ran from the cops a couple of times.
So as you guys are all kind of, filing, out the back, and the lights kind of shift in the bar. You hear, and kind of, like this loud, like, choo, choo, choo. You feel, the ground kind of shaking under your feet, and as the last one of you goes through that back door, you see, and as it's closing, you kind of see for a moment, the doors to the front of the Techno Roast open, and you kind of catch a glimpse, of the gleaming, black, tactical uniform entering inside.
Yeah,
Because I know it's going to matter. I am trained in running.
Okay. So this security officer approaches you, Art, and he, it's just like a black, like carbon, like nanofiber vest, pants, black pants, shin guards, big sleeve, like, face mask, whole 9 yards. And he pulls up a stool, sits down, and from his belt you see him pull out like this, almost looks like a baton, but there's, clearly like metal contact plates on the side. You can kind of hear the low hum of a battery. You guesstimate that it's probably some type of, very nasty prod. Says, "Sir, who you been talking to lately?"
Well, had a few patrons in here. They were sold a few pints, sold a few whiskies. Speaking of which, can I get you one?
You see, his head kind of swivel to the left and to the right, and his hand, like, almost lazily comes up, and he sticks his finger down, into like this little that shot glass, and flips his hand up, and he's kind of twirling it. Nice shot glass you have here. Is this glass?
I have paid most of my taxes for this month. We were a bit slow. We were a bit slow for a while, but just for right now, I will be able to get most of the money as soon as I can. But for now, right, can I get you something to drink? I believe you wanted something in a vodka, or something cold to possibly match your heart. Would that be all right? Like,
No, I don't recall asking for a drink. I do not, sir. However, you say you've been paying taxes. He's kind of, just twirling around. You kind of see, like the way the helmet shifted. You're just kind of looking at it. You got the forms. Just let me give those a little look over. Just a real quick peek, just to make sure you are doing as you say you are.
I'm sure they're in the back, in the office, probably next to all the toilet paper. Seems like the best place for it, Tell you what, right. Well, if you wouldn't mind staying here, and I'll go get them, and in the meanwhile, if any of these bottles would happen to disappear, I probably wouldn't take that much inventory of it. So,
So yeah, he kind of, stops and flips his hand around and just slams it down, and you hear, that familiar thunk of a shot glass hitting the bar a little too hard. It cracks slightly. He reaches over and grabs his baton. He's like, I wouldn't mind waiting, but I'll happily escort you back there. God forbid you get lost.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I have been manning this bar for a good 20 years. What if... It's alright, you just stay right here, and I'll be right back. Perhaps help yourself to some peanuts. I'm pretty sure they're mostly fresh-ish. I'll be right back. And he would turn to start to walk towards the back a little bit quickly.
So, as Art's going back there, he would, hear his door open and close again, and there's two more of these officers, and the other one moves and follows him back, as does an additional one. The other one stands up front. And as you guys heading out the back are leaving, you begin to hear, what sounds like some bottles breaking. Perhaps some tables or chairs maybe getting flipped over, all amidst kind of like the screams of pain of Art. It sounds like.
Yeah, is that all you've got, you sons of bitches? Yeah, go ahead, break my fucking bar. I'm glad, because then I don't pay you fuckers any more taxes. You're like fucking vampires, you son of a bitch.
I slammed to a stop, and I kind of look back, and then I look back towards the main gate out of here, and I'm just like, and then I take off at a dead sprint, with effort. What time of day is it?
We'll say it's probably about 4 o'clock or so in the afternoon.
Okay, just wondering. So I'm sprinting back with speed, with effort. And I'm just trying to get back there as quick as I can. I don't care who is in there, but the first person I see roughing up our friend is going to get broken in half.
All right, so you guys see, Best come to a stop, at the sounds of Art screaming in pain. You can hear him, hollering out in defiance and just the crashing around in his bar. And he turns, and with one long stride after the other, the mountain that walks begins to head back towards the bar. What is everybody else doing?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's finally on. Let's go. Come on. And he's gonna start like patting on William, who obviously does not look happy about this whole situation. He's like, "Come on, let's go, let's go. We can't just let Best get in there."
I'm sort of looking over at Raynor. I'm like, why now? Why
Don't
my
worry,
favorite bartender?
I'll keep your nose pretty. Let's go. Come on.
We're all
Do we
gonna
have any other
die.
choice?
No. Raynor just starts running in that direction. Son of a bitch! Hate that motherfucker.
Yeah, after Best goes and Raynor has done his prodding and basically being like, "Come on, chickens," he starts going too.
Fuck, he owes me anyway. And I'm like, I have no other choice now. They've thrown me in there 2 times. Can't help but a third. You coming? William, I think your name is?
I'm already running that way.
I'm sort of trying to, and I'm sort of like running after you and Raynor, just like, fuck me.
What about Amon?
Almond's heading back, I guess, to his bar. He actually is going to double back because he needs to make sure that he didn't leave anything behind in the sudden rush.
Okay. So, as you go back into the bar, Best, how exactly do you enter? I'm curious. since you are the vanguard right now. You're muted, bud, if you're talking.
My bad.
You're fine.
You asked how I was going in.
Yeah, I suspect I know how, but I just want to
Yeah.
clarify.
I'm going in by not stopping at all. I keep running.
All right, so
And like I said, the first guy, the first guy that looks like he's causing my friend any harm, I'm going after him.
all right, so just to we'll say since you're gonna blow that door off its hinges, it's looking like.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Let's make you're a big lad. Let's just make a quick a check here and see. We'll say it's a level 2 task. I want to give you an asset just because like your ginormousness is running at it.
Okay. Oh. Sorry about that. Okay, 1. I scored an 18. So yeah, I think I blew that door into splinters.
Oh yeah.
I turned it into a Claymore mine.
It folds under your giant shoulder, and everybody, you just hear this loud crack, and Bess just kind of ducks down and disappears into the bar. Where once there was a door, it's just loosely hanging hinges. When you enter, the first thing that you would see is there's about 3 of these black-clad security guards in their, sleek Kevlar and plastic uniforms, and Art is, leaned over on a table. You can see blood trickling from his nose. His eyes already terribly swollen up. His hair's a mess. You see bottles are broke. Some chairs are flipped over. And he's kind of, shaking a little bit and kind of, spitting out some obscenities as one of these guys is sticking him in the side with this electric baton.
Come on, mate. Yeah, give it to me. I love that pain. It's better than those slow bleed attacks. Come on.
So I literally just step up from behind the guy that was cattle prodding him, and I'm going to grab his arm and twist it until he can prod himself. And I am trained with unarmed attacks, and I do more damage than normal unarmed attack.
All right, so we'll just make a might-based roll. We'll say you caught that one kind of off guard. You weren't really expecting it. And the other one, is turning to face you. So we'll just say
remind me real quick. I'm sorry. Medium weapons do what normally? 4?
Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I had that written down right. Okay.
So we'll say they are trained and whatnot in melee combat. So we'll say it's going to be a level 3 task to properly wrestle this around from him and to tase him with it.
Okay. Does unarmed attacks come into play?
Not currently. It's just going to be a might task. If you have any type of training to lifting or something like that, that'll apply.
Okay, so it won't. I don't have anything like that just yet. My character's built like a tank. He doesn't do damage like a tank all the time. That's somewhat conditional. So I'm going to be spending some effort.
All right.
So
that'll be 3 might.
That'll be 2 points.
Because you have an edge in might, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I have an edge in might with effort of 1 as well. So does that mean I'm only spending 1?
The effort of 1 means you can only apply 1 step of effort.
That's right. That's right. Okay.
The edge will reduce the cost of the effort by 1. So it's normally 3. So it'll only cost you 2 might.
All right.
You're looking for a 6.
I went ahead and spent it because I want this to be nasty.
Okay.
And I believe it's a little bit nasty.
All right, 15. Yeah. So everybody else that's coming in, behind Best, not too far behind, you see him. He just plows through this door and continues on ahead. Unhindered like the Juggernaut, and grabs the arm of one of these guys by the wrist, just dwarfing him. And with what looks like, just practiced ease, just cranks it around at this grotesquely wrong angle, and shoves it into the officer. And you see the officer kind of, start to shake and jerk a little bit as his own weapon is being turned against him.
Okay. We can use ciphers more than once, right?
Nope.
Oh.
They're one use only.
Then I'm going to go ahead and run into the bar. As I'm doing so, I'm shrouding myself in flames, and a device looks like it forms on my right forearm, and I flick it down, and a flame blade comes out.
Okay. So here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do real quick. This is going to be initiative. So
Speed test.
everybody go ahead and just roll initiative.
What's standard difficulty on that?
Level 3.
Okay, so mine's level 2 because I've got initiative trained.
Sure.
Okay, so what are we doing when we roll here?
Hey, I barely beat
So
it.
you just have to, in order to go before the combatant, you just have to beat a 9 or better.
Okay.
That's a D20, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And if we have an edge, that might lower it. Is that right?
If you have initiative training, it'll
okay.
drop it down one. You could apply a speed edge if you wanted to give you a boost on your initiative.
Oh, okay.
I got
My
a 20.
My difficulty is 0.
What? Why?
Specialized in initiative.
How are you specialized at level 1?
Where is it at? Well, all social interactions is more than one skill. Obviously. I also have lockpicking history, computers, and puzzles/knowledge. All of them categories straight from the book. And I used 2 of them to get me the initiative specialization.
Okay.
I mean, I know it's bending what is printed, but then again, it's not.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's fine. It's fine. You're going to go first.
All right.
Okay.
I got a 16.
Sure. Let's see here. So it looks like everyone else I think is going first so far.
I rolled straight up 7, so I beat mine.
I got an 8. I'm gonna saunter in there like a jackass afterward.
Okay.
I
All right.
rolled a 20. I have no idea what that means.
You did really, really stupid well, so...
Yeah,
Yeah.
you did stupidly well.
Yes. So here's what I'm going to do, actually. Since you rolled a 20, if you want to, I'll let you apply a minor effect on your initiative. So
Okay.
we'll start with Best. You have this guy by the arm.
Okay. Now I am. Do I really want to do that? What do I want to do here? Now that I've got him twisted at a weird angle, I'm just
Yeah, it
take my
looks-
right. What's that?
I was going to say, yeah, it looks bad.
Yeah, it's about to get worse. I'm gonna lift up my arm and just slam it down on his shoulder, right there at the joint.
All right, excellent.
Hopefully making sure that he can never get the thing reset without dramatic surgery.
Okay. All right, so look for a level 3 task.
Excuse me. Why does it keep rolling 2? Can I take the second one there?
Can I say this guy?
I'm re-rolling it because I mean I didn't mean to roll 2. Still, that's a 16.
All right, so go ahead and roll your damage, or no, I'm sorry, roll your damage. D&D on the brain here. You do
5 points of damage.
All right. So you hear him, yowl in pain as it looks as though his shoulder kind of popped out of socket. It wasn't quite the hit you were looking for, but it's not probably not going to be using that for a minute. It's just going to be flopping around. So
I'm happy with that.
So over to William. And then what do you think would be a reasonable, minor effect to happen since you did so well on your initiative?
What can I apply?
Well, you tell me. It's a multitude of different things that could happen.
Can I start a fire?
Yeah, we'll say, as you, whipped out your flaming blade, it kind of trailed like an arc of, like fire, kind of like flaming gas being whipped around, and has landed and caught on some of the chairs and tables. So there is some fire that's been started now in Art's precious bar.
Or you could just take a +3. Take a +3 to damage.
No, this is just something special for initiative. I'm letting it do.
Oh, for initiative.
Yeah, since you rolled a 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd hate to save this bar only to see it go up in flames.
But it's working on it now.
He's not very careful when he has to use his abilities. So.
Oh, okay. Hey, play 4 then.
So he's immediately going to rush towards one of these guards. I'm assuming his own fire doesn't hurt him, right?
Well, there's only one way to find out.
One of these other guards.
What was that? I'm sorry, you cut out there just for a second.
He's going to go and rush through the fire towards one of these other guards.
Okay. You have opted to find out. So that is going to do 2 points of ambient damage. Once the fire has left your manifestation, it's like any other fire.
Okay. Well, that sucks. Where's my hit points? Do I have that?
Just 2 points off of your strength.
Okay. I am going to go ahead and attack then, I guess. That's another 20. Jesus Christ.
So here's what you can do. 20 McTwinterston. You can either apply 4 points of extra damage, or you can apply a major effect. So, for example, let's see here, some major effects. You could impose a condition of some sort on him. You could adjust the environment, to some beneficial degree. Impair.
I'm going to impose the condition of burning, and I am going to engulf him in flames as my blade rips into him.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So he is on fire now.
And he also takes 2 points of damage from my blade.
All right. You see, your blade sinks in. The armor does a fair job, it seems like, of protecting him. You're feeling some noticeable resistance. However, as your blade passes through, you begin to see that plastic and Kevlar, kind of bubble and smoke and slowly erupt into small flames. And it seems as no matter how much he's smacking at it, it's got its own volition.
And then if I can, I will pull the blade out and move away. I don't know if that's possible or not.
You moved and attacked right now, so it's not.
Okay.
So who is... Oh, shit, I should have had you guys put your numbers on the side there. Who the hell is after him? I'm just going to say... I'm just going to go left to right. So, Amon.
Amon is going to go up. He sees this happening, and as fast as he's ever done anything, he's going to flip one of his daggers out from a risk slot, and he is going to charge up and try to stab this dude. It should be a difficulty 2 because it's a light weapon.
Yep.
It's not going to hurt much if he hits him, but if I roll like crap like I have been, woohoo, an 11! So
That'll hit.
he sticks him up between the ribs. It's not really designed to hurt him. It's more just designed to scare the living shit out of him.
Yeah, you can feel it catching. You know, it feels like you're getting through. Maybe seeing like the slightest trickle of blood, but the armor's doing its work. So then we'll go over to. God damn it! I keep forgetting your character name. Alta.
All right. As he's entering in, seeing fire already start, he's like, "I can't go to one of my favorite bars without it burning down, can I?" And he's like, he sees that his favorite beers have been broken. He's like, "Damn, my favorite beers as well." He takes out his lucky smithing hammer. And he's like, "One guy's gonna get fucked up today." And he goes for the nearest guy, and he just aims for the head.
So the nearest guy, we'll probably say it's the one Best is cranking on right now.
All right, then I'm gonna make his day worse.
Yeah, probably.
All right, so that will be what to roll?
It's level 3, so you need a 9 or better to hit.
All right, 17.
That'll do it. And you get to add +1 to your damage too.
All right, I will. Do I have to roll an additional die for that as well?
What's your weapon? Light, medium, heavy?
It's a medium hammer.
All right. So what medium hammer does? What, 4 points, and you get the +1, so it'll be 5 total.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And I'm aiming for his head.
Oh yeah, you come down, you hit it, and you see the visor kind of like bubble and ripple under the weight. A slight, like spider hair, like crack, kind of runs down it. So you're going to retaliate. The one that has best, or best has rather, is going to lash out at him. So it's going to be level 3, and it's speed defense.
See, I was imagining this guy would also have huge difficulties to move around and whatnot.
He's got one good arm.
Yeah.
And a correct visor.
So... Okay, so I rolled a 6, but I am trained in speed defense.
All right, so that would make it a 6, so that's just enough. The other one is going to retaliate against you, William. Same thing, level 9 speed defense. Or no, level 9. You need a 9 or better. Level 3 cast.
I need to stop using dice stream.
What?
Because it's a 20.
Oh.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
look at
Dice
my
does that.
Yeah, I can see it, yeah. That's
Okay.
another 20.
Okay.
And Josh.
Sorry.
I was going to say, Dice Stream has tendencies to, when you roll high, to continue to roll high, and when you roll low, to continue to roll low.
Yeah, I've
Is
seen
that
that.
why I always maximize dice?
It's always random.
No.
All right,
No.
so that was fantastic stuff there, William. What's it look like, man? Like when you dodge this?
So he like pulls the dagger out of the guy, and as he tries to swing his weapon at him, it just kind of moves around it, and the fire that's already around his entire body kind of blurs. It almost looks like he's the Flash, kind of, for a second.
Like a heat mirage, perhaps. Yeah. Fantastic. And then the other one that is tormenting Art. Poor Art. He turns and sees you, William, and then sees his one friend getting ganged up on by God damn it. I keep forgetting your name, Nestor. So Alta. That's why I love those lower thirds. By Alta and frickin' big ass Best So he's going to charge the target that he thinks is the most dangerous, which is the 9-foot tall gentleman, and swing on him.
Bring it. Like I said, I'm not as strong as I should be, but I can take a fucking hit or two. Okay, so am I rolling speed or speed defense?
It's speed defense.
Okay. And I am specialized.
You are. All right, fantastic.
I
What's it
didn't
look
see
like?
that.
I mean, you got a 14.
Oh, 14?
So, like, what's it kind of look like when you dodge? You've got this dude hung up on one arm.
Literally all I do is the guy that I'm actually holding on to, I'm going to spin him like we're dancing, and he just gets completely caught up in the way when the other guy starts to hit me. The one that I am holding ends up just basically pushing the blow aside.
Awesome. All right, and then we go on to Raynor.
Okay. So Raynor's gonna come in the bar, and he's gonna be like, "Oh shit, son! Oh my god!" And he's gonna pick up a rag, and he's not even gonna pay attention to the combat anymore. He's gonna try and put out the fire, and then realize the rag's just not helping. So we'll like walk over to like the spigot where the water comes out, and just kind of like spray that little soda shooter from behind the bar at the fire, and it's just not working. He's gonna do his whole combat round is trying to put out the fire and save the bar.
All right, so Raynor's trying to do Art a favor. It's not looking like it's having too much effect right now. So then we go back to the top, which is Big Ol' Best.
All right. So I still have this, poor mishappened thing that I've been holding on to. You know what? I've still got him at a weird angle with one of my hands. I'm just going to basically lift him up off the ground, scoop my other hand, and just throw him up against the wall. How much damage does a wall do?
We'll tell you what. So that won't be an attack. We'll just to hoist this guy up and hurl him with gusto into this wall. Just go ahead and make a might test, and we'll just set that at level 3.
And I'm pissed. He must have slipped loose.
Yeah, he's they do have the melee training, so he's using that jujitsu to kind of weasel himself around left and right.
Oh, it is on. It is on.
So you see Best trying to hoist this guy up, William, something you've probably seen 100 times, and for once it doesn't seem to be working so well. So what do you do?
Okay, I'm going to move away from the guy I was in combat with.
Mm-hmm.
My left hand's calling up a belt of flame, and I'm using my what's it called? Onslaught.
Onslaught. Yep.
And I'm throwing a bout of flame at him.
All right.
And that will be a D20 roll. Dear God, I've got to stop using this.
It's
another 20.
What?
My screen finally went off, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm not seeing this one.
You can see it.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll take your word for it. So
see, right there.
Oh wait, no, I just shared the screen.
All right. So here's the thing. 4 extra damage or a major beneficial effect.
Yeah, I'm just going to give 4 extra damage. He's already on fire.
All right, so you see like a gout of flame just kind of wash over this guy. What's it look like exactly as you lay this one low?
So basically, he stretches out his hand and it looks like a flamethrower just comes out of his palm as he just basically bathes this guy in fire, doing 8 points of damage.
Yeah, you see, his visor melt away and bubble, and you can see, smoke begin to emanate off of red flesh that looks as though it too is slowly bubbling away. His whole just attire is just looks like plastic, as raw plastic, as it and the Kevlar melts in your hands. So then, what is Amon doing?
Okay, so we have a guy on fire, and I've knifed him once, so let's take a look at what I've got here real quick.
There's 2 still standing.
There's 2 still standing. Honestly, this might be kind of fun. I'm going to try to pickpocket one of their IDs, actually.
Okay. We'll say.
So I'm trained in it.
All right, so I'll set that at a level 3. You're trained in it, and due to the chaos, of what's going on, I'll give you an asset. Since they're more concerned about taking care of William and Bess right now.
And I'm also going to go ahead and exert effort to lower that again.
So that should drop it down to 0. So yeah, you do it.
Hey, one of these IDs can be valuable.
It could be. So yeah, with deft fingers and shadow-like grace, you pluck this gentleman's wallet out of his pocket, and he is none the wiser.
Awesome.
All right, so Alta, what are you doing? He appears to be away. So we're just going up.
Sorry, had some. No, sorry, my phone was being slow.
Sure.
Anyway, my guy's gonna take his lucky smithing hammer.
Okay.
And just wail on the guy nearest to him.
All right, so it'll be the one in Best hand he's a crispy critter. So you can move over to just across the way, the one on the other side that William was having a go at.
Mm-hmm.
So same thing, level 3.
All right. Give me a second, it's been slow. 17.
That'll hit. You can apply an extra point of damage.
Yeah.
So that should be 5. All right. Again, you bring your hammer down, and
This time aiming for his leg.
All right, and you see the knee plate kind of crack under the blow. It does absorb some impact, and but you see it crack, and his knee kind of jerks, and he bows down for just a second. Now it is their turn, and he's going to retaliate on you, Alta. So. Level 3 speed defense.
Alright, another D20?
Yeah, always a D20.
Okay. 18.
Alright, that'll do it. And the other one is going to also rush you, since you're the closest right now. So once more.
Alright. 17.
Alright, so with cat-like grace, Alta weaves left and right.
Mm-hmm.
Floating like a butterfly. So
And
now we
stinging
come around.
like a bee.
Stinging like a hammer. So now we come around to Raynor.
So, seeing that his work is not doing it, he's just gonna look across the bar. Is there one of them that's like within snatching distance from the bar?
You know what? Yeah, why not? One's
Okay.
within arm's reach.
He's gonna look up at this guy and he's like, "Hey, buddy, you do this shit, huh? Huh? I'm talking to you." And he kind of like taps the helmet, and as the guard kind of like looks like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" He's just gonna grab him and slam him against the table.
All right. So that's basically an unarmed
Against the bar,
attack.
but yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it's a fancy unarmed attack.
No, yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm saying it'll be an unarmed attack. So, Your fists are considered light weapons, so it'll be reduced.
I
in
have
difficulty.
the glaive ability that bumps them up to mediums.
Right, but they're considered light for the purposes of combat.
Oh.
So
Okay.
yeah, so it'll be level 2.
Okay. I got an 18.
Oh, that'll do it.
Sorry, you wanted dice stream, didn't you? I can roll in here if you'd prefer.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
18. So you can do 2 extra points of damage as well.
Okay, cool. So 6 points total.
Oh yeah, you smash his head down good, and he's kind of looking like he's kind of taken for a loop a little bit. So it'll go
Now,
back.
why don't you get back here and fix the mess you started? Come on.
So it'll go back to you, Bess. There's the other one that Alta is cracking on with his hammer, and just across the way there's one that Raynor is in Raynor fashion talking shit to, and bashing onto the bar.
Okay. I am going to drop Mr. Crispy Man because I'm sure he's about to get taken care of. That doesn't require any attention at this moment in time. However, there's a guy at the end of the bar who's being played with. So I'm going to jump to the top of the bar and play my favorite sport, soccer.
Okay.
I'm going to kick his head so freaking hard. You're going to need to do 3 repaint jobs in this place before it can open again.
So Bess is coming in for the wombo combo, it looks like.
Now, what was it you were saying about attacks that were modified by that glaive ability to do medium instead of light?
It's a skill that you can take as a glaive to increase the damage of your fists to medium weapons. But did you take that is the question.
Yes, I did.
All right, so they're treated as medium weapons for the purpose of damage.
Okay.
But they still attack like light weapons.
Yes, unarmed attacks are considered light for the purpose of attacking. You can that thing that you took as a glaive just bumps the damage up since you're training in unarmed combat.
Okay, so I'm rolling as if I'm attacking with a level 2, but damage will be as
You're attacking as a light weapon. Damage is medium.
Okay. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Can't you do something for a reroll?
You can. So I'm actually going to give you that option right now. I get a free GM intrusion on a 1.
That's right.
So as you come running in, picking up steam, this bar is not meant for a man your size.
Oh no.
And wind up to kick this guy. You feel, the bar buckle under your weight, and you fall to the ground. And as you do, you knock over a lot of the spirits on the wall, and they douse the floor all around you and cover yourself with alcohol.
That feels like 2 GM intrusions right there.
Oh no, it's 1.
Oh god, and that's flammable too.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
I was sitting there going, okay, so I fell. Oh wait, now all this shit's falling all over the place.
Yes, as
maybe I can catch him in a scissor catch, and hook my legs around his neck so that I just drag him down to the ground as I hit.
Maybe next time. So we'll go to William. So you see Bess jump up and try to pull off this maneuver, and doesn't seem to go as planned.
I'm too pissed off. I couldn't control myself.
And your fire is spreading.
How many are left alive?
The 2. There's 2 still up. One not too far from you, where you see Aldum. I think. Alta hitting it with the hammer. I'll remember it one of these days. Hitting it with the hammer, and then Raynor is over at the bar, which is now collapsed with one of these guys, like with his head smashed down into the what's left of it.
And I can use Onslaught more than once.
Yeah, as long as you have the points to spend on it.
So I'm going to go ahead and use Onslaught again.
Mm-hmm.
But before I do this, I'm, hollering out, somebody get Art. We need to get out of here before this place burns to the ground. And then I'm unleashing another flamethrower at the guy that Alt is engaged with.
Okay.
And I will answer that call when my turn comes up.
That is 18.
All right, so you do 2 extra points of damage.
So, that would be-
So what's it look like when you kill this one?
once again, it just stretches out his hand and it's just a flamethrower shoots out of his hand and slams into the guy's chest and face.
So you just see this hot torrent of fire engulf this guy. And he is pretty dead, Alta. So what are you doing?
I'm grabbing Art and I'm like, you need to get out of here, and then after this is done, claim the insurance money. Right
Okay.
now, we will handle this.
All right.
And I sort of shove him out the back entrance.
You're gonna. Art doesn't seem to be like in any condition to walk really. He's pretty beat up.
So I have to pick up this slightly rotund figure and carry him out.
I don't know if Art's rotund, is he?
Actually, Art is relatively. He's stocky, but he's not rotund. So he's definitely the kind of guy that has more of a backstory than just being a simple bartender. He's lived more and done more than you realize, and only the most perceptive individual can definitely tell.
In that case, I take him over the arm and just like escort him out the back entrance fairly quickly.
All right. So then it'll go to Amin.
Okay, so we've got 1 guy left or 2 guys left now?
1 left, and the bar is going up, and you see that big old Bess has managed to pour spirits all over the place, dousing himself as well.
Well, out the nearest window I go.
All right.
Ulting and just, I don't care, glass and all, I'm just jumping through it.
All right. Well, are you trained in jumping or anything like that?
I'm trained in balance and I'm trained in running, so I'm going to be able to get a good start.
All right. If you get a running start, let's just, in the interest of me being interested in how this goes down, just make a test for me. I believe it is
might.
I believe jumping will be might test to hurl yourself safely out this window.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and burn my effort on that because I don't want last thing I do is run smack into the wall. What's the difficulty on that going to be?
3. It's average.
So it's going to be a 2. Good. Made a 12, so.
All right. You hear the glass shatter as Amin throws himself out of the window. This other guard is going to pick himself up, and you're going to see him turn and run out of the bar with due haste. So we'll have the last round. Rainer, what is it that you do?
Is he clear out of the bar before I'm able to react to him?
He's haul-assing. I'll say if you want to react to him, you have a moment before the door's shutting behind him.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and throw a spear at him.
Okay, I'm curious. Where is this spear coming from?
So, actually, no, not the spear. Sorry, the buzzer. He's got that on his gauntlet.
Okay.
So he's gonna shoot the buzzer discs at him.
Okay.
And that's 15.
That'll hit. So as the he's I assume that's a light weapon.
Yeah, that one's a light weapon. So.
All right. So as he's leaving, you hear wow, and as that disc, flies from his gauntlet and catches him in the back as the door's closing, and you kind of see him stumble forward, and he falls to the ground, and the door kind of stops like on his foot, and you see him like bring his hand up to his helmet and like press it into the side, and it sounds like there's some muffled talking, and go ahead and Raynor, you're paying attention, you can see. Go ahead and make like a sight test if you have that to just kind of see out that door.
I don't have sight listed on here.
Okay.
Perception.
Perception, there it is.
Yeah, I don't have that listed on the character generator thing.
That's fine. You can still make the roll if you want. It's
Okay.
just level 2, as the door's kind of ajar.
Okay, so that's a 16.
All right, so you kind of see, out the door, as he falls, and you catch the glint of what looks like a large metallic object, perhaps, and it rises up, and you can see it's kind of extending above the door. And if you've been in the city long enough, you may recognize it as standard issue. There's a visual for you. What the police like to ride around in.
Okay, I'm gonna take that as a cue to leave. I'm just gonna like reach underneath the bar, grab one of the not broken bottles, and kind of like shake off the bits of glass and take it with me out the door.
All right, so you guys are all out of combat. How would you like to proceed? The fire is growing larger and working its way across the ground.
I'm assuming I have art outside of the building.
Yes, the door, thankfully, was not closed because it's not there.
All right. Well, I've already told Art just like you collect the insurance money for this, and I will get the kick out of Dodge so I don't get arrested.
So somebody said something about a hideout just a minute ago.
Yeah, and I have something else to talk to you about, and I'm going to flip that card up that I stole and be like, maybe this can help us get out of this mess.
I agree with
whatever.
this
We need to get
fellow
off the.
we have not met.
Yeah, I'm going to run around the flames and, get the fuck out of there as well.
Good call.
I assume at this point we're all in the same deep pile of shite. So let's follow the guy we don't trust.
Hey, look, who just set the bar on fire?
I look at
It's not a trust. It's a we don't know. I mean, he could be a pretty stand-up guy. We don't know. I mean, hell, he defended you in there.
Hey, you still owe me one for that thing we pulled.
I look at Best. You had to go rushing back in there. You know I burn shit down when I fight.
He reeks of alcohol.
I'm assuming he's slightly contact drunk.
No.
No,
a guy
probably
my
not.
size, no. I just kind of look down, and I just kind of shrug my shoulders unapologetically. I say, did you expect me to do something else?
Our favorite bar is now gone. It's burned to the ground. I burned it to a crisp.
Our friend is safe, though. He could have ended up dead.
I wouldn't have killed him.
No, I'm not. They wouldn't have.
Hey, if he kept running his mouth, I'm sure they would have. You heard him in there.
Those classic Irish obscenities that I like him, that honestly have grown on to me.
I like how Art's not commenting on us talking about him.
All right, look, lads. I'm not doing great, but I'll be all right. And as far as insurance, I don't know what city you've been living in, but insurance? Are you daft? What the fuck? It got burned down in a police incident.
You know, and as you're talking about insurance too, Art, the flame, you know, hits all those spirits behind the bar, and you can see, you know, through the windows, you know, as you guys are heading down this alley, it just roar into life, and smoke just start to billow out of, you know, the cracks and crevices.
I'm sorry to say this, Art, my favorite bartender, but I feel you're very screwed. Along with us.
You hear
You-
sirens in
So
the
you need to
distance.
get the heck out of Dodge.
You begin to hear sirens in the distance too.
We
Aye.
we follow the shady guy.
Yeah, we'll follow, what's your name anyway? If we're gonna follow you, we might as well know your name.
Call me Amon.
Alright then, Aman. Lead the way. I put my hammer back in my pack, and I'm like, well, I'm screwed.
Well, I'm going to take these guys to one of my nice little waterfront hidey holes so that they can stay away from me. You know, we can all hide out there while the cops are looking everywhere else for us.
Sure. So, anything you guys would like to discuss before you get there, before we change the scene?
I do apologize to Art for burning down his bar.
Hey, you
Look,
didn't lose everything, huh? Huh? And he's gonna like hold the bottle up like he's a champ for taking that bottle out of there with him.
Leave it. I'm like, leave it to Raynor to save one bottle of whiskey.
Not just one bottle. What bottle is that, Art?
That is a bottle of 2423 Chateau de Briand. It is an absolutely fine, spectacular red wine that has been that Art has been coveting for years, waiting. And as a matter of fact, there's the sheer fact that you're holding it so nonchalantly, shaking it around. He's holding his hand up like.
That's vintage.
Don't look. Like, careful.
And he grabs the bottle and puts it in his bag. Like, that's for me later.
Oh, and Alta, I swear, if you ever call me an Irishman again, I will gladly take a bottle, shove it straight up your arse, punch your teeth in your throat, and I will make you bleed your own brew of beer.
And that's why I like you.
Shut it.
So,
That's going down my mental database.
I'm not protecting you from that one, huh?
They're Irish.
No, you still owe me, Raynor.
Yeah, I can owe you, but if he's gonna shank you and drain your blood for beer, I'm not getting involved in that.
He shanks you and drains your blood for beer. I'm freaking going to pay to bottle that.
Oh well.
so
Anyway, we have to get out of here. That
yeah.
freaking
So
giant thing
in
is out there.
in surprisingly good spirits, looking like, you know, some teens out past curfew, you guys slink around through the alleys, ducking left, ducking right, following the lead of Amen, his shifty eyes darting to and fro.
It kind of reminds me of, you know, the new guy, the FNG at a new army base. You know, there's the ritual hazing. This one just went a little bit too far.
A little too far, absolutely.
Well, you know, it's not an army party until something burns down.
Exactly.
So you guys find yourself in Amen's hideout on a shadier part of town. We'll say, you know, it's actually you know, down by the docks. What's it look like inside of this place, Amen? Inside of your
It's an old abandoned warehouse, so I've managed to set up a pretty nice little hidey hole in the old offices. It's kind of decrepit as we're walking through, but once you get into the office, it's a little bit corpulent. You can tell I've stolen quite a bit of good furniture and other stuff that probably I can't really afford, but I have anyways.
All right, so yeah, and yes, and you know, the police and whatnot don't come down here, you know, too often. Ain't really got much reason to, and it's fairly quiet. There is a few dock hands out, you know, bringing in you know, the daily haul. They don't really pay you any attention. So, you guys all find yourself in here. Art in tow.
Why do we have the bartender?
Yeah, why did we bring Art with us? That's my question.
Hey, the cops are going to be looking for Art just the same as they're going to be looking for us.
Oh, right. Thank you for
I can't turn
thank
somebody
you
out and
later.
need help with all these corrupt politicians.
I sort of sit down on one of Amin's couches and just like pull out a power cell and just start fiddling with it, and you just see like sparks coming from my fingers when I mess with negative and positives.
Damn it.
I'll be right back. And basically, Best goes down to the docks, takes off the alcohol soaked in furs, jumps in just long enough to, get himself wet, climbs back out, discards what he was wearing, pulls out a new suit. It's mostly just furs. And then he'll walk back in.
When he comes out, does he have like a majestic flowing mane of hair that like flips slow motion? Streaming water? No,
you've got completely the opposite picture in your head. You ever see the Rob Zombie? You ever see the Rob Zombie remake of Halloween?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the second one? Yeah. Imagine Michael Myers as he was in part 2.
So the opposite of majestic.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Natty, dreadnought, same with a beard. I mean, it's all just.
This could have been.
Never seen a haircut in his entire life.
This might have been the first time you've bathed, all week.
Well, I did make a comment about it being 3 weeks without me taking a bath, or 3 weeks or something like that.
You're looking.
Yeah.
You were smelling a little fresh.
A little
He only
fresh.
bathes after the transformation.
Well, Eric, I have to say, the only thing I remember from Halloween 2 is the strip club scene, so...
Hey, well, that's okay because, Michael Myers went on a rampage through there, and I don't...
Yeah, but all you remember is the tits. You don't remember the rampage.
Oh, no, I remember the tits. I'm just happy to fit for my character.
So back on track here, for better or for worse. You guys find yourself in the warehouse. Best comes back in, to his standards, smelling, like a peach.
Now, call it what it is, smelling like nature.
Yeah, he smells gamey.
Got a spit ready for him.
To be fair, my guy spends most of his time next to a forge, so his sense of smell isn't quite up to par than what it used to be.
Sure.
Well, fortunately, I'm gonna go Jimmy open up my liquor cabinet and pull out some of the best liquor I can find, and I'm gonna start passing out shots.
Some of the best liquor you can find is not really the best.
Yeah, well, what do you expect?
He's got like some like Speedway hooch he's passing out.
We got MD 2020.
That's right.
Like a pure savage, Rainer pops open that bottle with his teeth, just like pries out the cork.
Yeah, man, it's free.
Hey, dude, don't look MD 2020 in the mouth when you're fucking already drunk.
Yeah. William's just finding a little spot, and he's taking out a can of some weird thing he has, and he's spraying the entire area to make it fire resistant. And then he's laying down and taking a nap.
Okay.
I'm checking my chronometer.
It was you guys have spent in the bar between the conversation and the fight. It's been about 2 hours. So you arrived around 3. So it's around 5:30ish right now.
Yeah, this is a lot of trouble to get in 2 hours, people.
There's
that was...
So the sun is still up. That's my question.
The sun is still up. You can see it starting to crest. The horizon.
Before he gets too comfortable, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, William. It's getting close to time.
We're being hunted by the cops.
Not something I can help.
Yeah, I know. We need to find a basement or something. I don't think you're doing it in the wild this time.
Hey, if you need chains, I got some in my pack if you want them.
No, it's going to take something more than some chains.
Well, you are on the dock.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah, the cranes have some freaking heavy duty stuff.
Yeah,
That's-
but see, you're missing a good point here. Nestor, you have no clue about this.
Yeah,
I'm just spitballing this as players.
We need to go find some freaking tow chains from the tugs or something. We're on the docks. It shouldn't be that hard. Then we'll find a basement. And I immediately look at Amon. Do you have a basement around here? Like preferably a thick one, nice sturdy walls.
He had to step away.
We're gonna stay on the docks. No, it's just mostly warehouses. Basements are pretty not a good idea, by the shore.
So I'm going to tell Bess to go look for some really heavy chains that I won't be able to lift.
I'll probably come back 10, 15 minutes later with like 3 huge sections of chain that the entire group couldn't even pick it up. The only way I'm moving it is sheerly dragging it.
Okay, now we need to find an empty warehouse.
So I don't mean to be that guy, but what are we doing with these chains here? Because I'm not chaining up the bartender.
No, we're chaining up him, and he points to Best.
Well, that doesn't seem very productive. Did you see him in the bar? I don't want him chained up when the cops come around.
You want him to kill you in your sleep?
All right, so we'll chain him up.
Yeah, we're chaining him up. We just got to find an empty warehouse. So I go looking for an empty warehouse.
Yeah, and I'm helping the search too because I know time's coming.
Okay. So yeah, you managed to find some chains, some pretty sturdy chains, big thick links. What they use to moor the the shipping or the fishing ships. So
Right.
I mean, you figure they can hold a ship down, probably do a pretty solid job on you.
Okay.
You don't find any empty warehouses. However, the docks are littered with those large, long rectangular shipping crates.
That would fold in half like plastic.
They're pretty sturdy.
They should have anchor points inside there. I mean, we could run the chain through the anchor points, and that's how cars get moved, anyways. That should keep him chained in the center.
Yeah, and bear in mind they're not thin steel. They're thick gauge steel as well.
Mm-hmm.
It'll have to do.
That's your options. It'll have to do.
I mean, like I said, if we chain him in the middle, like I know the concern with the stone basement is him like thrashing and hitting the walls. If he's chained in the middle from 4 points, he shouldn't be able to get enough momentum to thrash into the walls.
Well, there was this one time, but maybe I shouldn't talk about that right now.
So, what are you guys doing?
We're gonna have to chain him to the freaking into the center of the thing. We're gonna have to loop it through the eyelets and do the best we can. We'll find a heavy cargo one that can, move tank parts.
Okay.
And we're gonna have to lock him in there.
All right, so uh, you see, what's everybody doing? You see Best and William. Best with these massive chains in tow, heading towards, one of these steel cargo freights.
I'll go with, because, I mean, we just had the discussion that we might die in our sleep if we don't do this, so it seems pretty pertinent.
All right. So it appears as though everybody's coming. You find one that's kind of secluded, or so to speak, off in, a pile of these things. And you find one that, doesn't appear to, have a padlock on it, and you guys can swing open easy enough. And it creaks, on rusty hinges, and you're greeted with the expansive, dark interior of this massive steel cargo freight. So Best, I assume that you step inside of this.
Yeah, I'm gonna step right into the center and haul off full strength to just punch at one of the walls, basically to give it a test.
Okay. So you do hear like a resounding, echo. It is hollow, and
Yeah.
the steel is sturdy. It doesn't bend or flex under your blow. These things have been in far worse conditions than being pummeled by a man.
I don't know if I am human. But no, I get what you're saying. I mean, I should know after having lived through a couple of situations and a couple of turns what it might take to hold me down.
Yeah, it seems fairly sturdy.
Okay, they would just have to lock all points down and.
Yeah, so you guys go
figure out a way to lock the door on me.
Well, the freights, they have, like a semi latch. It comes around and fits in that, that little hook, and then folds down, presses it into place, which, is fairly secure. But there is also a hole for like a lock you can put on it. Nobody has a lock though, so.
Well, all right. I'll go ahead and climb inside, and I let them know, however you can secure this, secure it, and do not, for the sake of everything that is holy, do not open up until sunrise. I step in, and I just kind of sit down right in the middle of it, almost like I'm meditating. Almost.
All right, and so you gentlemen go about chaining up Best to the best of your abilities, which kind of difficult considering the size of this chain, but you do manage to get it done. At which point, I'm going to assume that you guys exit, maybe throw up a peace sign, and close the door behind you.
Either that or cross yourself, sprinkle some holy water around the ground,
So as you guys close the door, and at the strange request of Best, and finish your work and go back into Amon's warehouse, you see Art there, just kind of, sitting kind of groggily, on an upturned spindle.
Aye. Yeah, you lads are gonna be alright. I'm just gonna sit here, kind of bandage myself up. I think I can fight if you need it, but I don't know. I'll do my best if I can. And he'll try to stand up, but he's got kind of a bum leg from the beating. kind of like get up at first, and then just kind of hit the ground, slump a bit, kind of get up again, and just bloody hell, those bastards work me over pretty good, but I think I'll be all right. Yeah, I think I'll be all right. Just give me something, point me in the direction of it, and I'll beat it something fierce.
So Art is talking, adamantly about helping the cause here. So tell me, what are you guys doing now that Best is chained up?
So, William, does Bess always sleep like this? Because that's weird.
Yeah, he had to step out for a few minutes, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, he did. I guess I'll keep my question until later then.
Since he's on BRB, if you we can take a quick break if you gentlemen wanted to use the restroom or top off your glass.
Sure.
All right, you're back.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good. You just got back, Art.
Well, my glass isn't topped up yet. I still have to do that, for Christ's sakes.
Okay.
I was really hoping you were gonna tell me it was a bottle of Glengoolie that I took.
Glengoolie.
Glenn Gooley.
Mm-hmm.
This might be better than Glengoolie.
Hey, you grabbed something. I didn't have to make it, the best thing for you. You're lucky too, because at the one thought I was gonna say, it was like, the baby duck.
It's an ancient bottle of baby duck, the finest of the sparkling wines I've heard.
The only bottle of fucking Mad Dog 2020 left in existence.
I was gonna say it's a singular bottle of balls. That's all it is.
It's been fermenting for 300 years.
That's the finest Colt 45 you'll ever drink, lad. It was blessed by the great gods of Billy D. Williams himself.
Billy D. Williams? What the hell are you talking about?
They say the Pope of the Vatican dropped a little spittle in it.
Actually, it's true. Billy D. Williams, the famed Lando Calrissian, was a spokesperson for Colt 45.
Why am I not surprised by that?
He was.
I know. Why am I not surprised?
And if I remember right, there's actually an ad where he's dressed as Lando and has a bottle of Colt 45.
Speaking of which, I was just reading something a second ago. In a Star Wars comic, there's actually a Jedi Master named Master Bates.
I'm not surprised. They had to sneak something in there.
Oh, I was like, oh, such a shame. Kind of scary, disturbing.
The real question is how many people picked up on it.
Apparently, the people at Nerdy Facts.
Yeah. Hopefully, looks like Eric dropped. I don't know. Hopefully, he pops back in. I'm excited to see how this goes down. BT Dubs like Rainer cracking me up. Fucking like Jersey don't give a shit attitude he's got going on there.
I almost crapped out on it because like every time I try to do an accent, I get like right to where I'm about to take my turn and then I back out. So I tried to force myself to do it this time.
It's working most fantastically, if I do say so myself. I love me some accents when people put that little extra pizzazz. How do you like my NPCs, man?
Mike is just a sexy bartender.
He is. He is. They talk about that suave, like Irish accent he's got going on. He slays Poon. Whisper a few sweet nothings with that in their ear. It's over. So does Rainer? He's always got this visor going on.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking for when he's like out and working and stuff like that.
What is it that he does? I'm curious.
That's the best part is like he doesn't really do anything. Just like any classy New Jerseyite, he claims he's hustling and working, but he's hardly ever doing it either.
Just
Like when he gets jobs, it's usually like some job to like escort a caravan through the city for protection, but it's few and far between when he actually has work. He's pretty
Maybe
much
like-
always poor.
But probably that guy you see like in church when the offering plate comes around, he's taking a little for himself. Surely the good Christians won't mind. I am in need.
Yep, that's Rainer.
No, seriously, Nelson, you're talking about that, but like I wouldn't put that past people in churches, considering how how ridiculous it is when churches give people money. Did you know they have to write that shit off on their tax forms?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't know that. They're like, oh, they just give people money. I'm like, no, they don't. I've been on the back end of too many churches. I know better than that.
It kind of depends on what state you're in as far as how they handle it, but sometimes it's done like the church takes the tax out immediately and gives you what's left and pays the tax instantly.
Churches don't pay taxes; they're tax exempt. But it is
Right. But essentially they
Yeah.
give it to them and take the tax out immediately. Essentially.
Well, you don't have to report it. If it's given to you from a charity, you don't have to report it as income. Trust me, I know. My dad runs a church. But it's funny, dude. Like I know plenty of people are like, oh yeah, I'd steal money from a church. I'm like, I'm sure you would, you crooked bastards. Who the fuck steals from a church?
We already decided that Rainer steals from the church.
Right.
He's that guy that like reaches in with a 1 and like drops the 1 in but takes the 5 out in the same move.
Right. Steals from the tip jar.
Chris, remind me never to leave a wallet anywhere near you.
I was gonna say
Rainer
I'm
is soul
fine.
metal.
Everyone in this call is going to hell. Eek. No, but seriously, like, you'd be surprised at things people will do though at a church. Like, we did a yard sale like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and people were still in shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like from a church yard sale. What the fuck, man? Speaking of which, shit. I do not want to get up in the morning.
I wonder if he's getting gas at the gas station.
Maybe. Who knows?
That seems like
Maybe he wants to like be more like RP centric and actually light parts of his place on fire so we can can look that sense of realism.
You gotta get that ambiance, man. Character.
Yeah.
He's dedicated.
I'll give him that. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Oh man.
What are you drinking over there, Mike?
Oh, just water. Yeah, no booze. I was supposed to. I thought I was going to work tonight, tomorrow, but there was a big screw up at work, so now I'm out of work for tomorrow at the very least, and possibly the day after. So we'll have to see about that.
I mean, enjoy the day off.
Well, it's a great thing until you realize you lose your money.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't get paid for days off, or sick days, or holidays, or any days.
You do work with construction crews, right, Mike?
Yep.
Yeah. That's if it's anything like America, that's exactly how it works.
Sorry about that.
No, that's fine, man.
But we're just waiting for Eric to come back.
Back.
What happened?
Yeah, I was thinking that Rainer was. I was thinking that my guy is one of the few people who has seen Rainer without his mask.
No, like when he uncorked the bottle, he pulled off the faceplate and everything.
Mhm.
Like it's when he eats and drinks, he takes off the mask and everything. But like for the most part, he walks around town fully masked and everything.
Mhm.
He's wearing gold chains under that armor, isn't he? Like thick gold chains.
Well, how I'm picturing it is like when he takes off the mask, you see like the classic Jersey dude. Like he's got helmet hair version of a blowout. So he's definitely got some chains underneath there. And if you notice, he's got like this little cape thing going on his shoulders. It's actually like just a mini cape so that he can style up his armor a little bit.
I mean, my guy basically looks like a 20-year-old version of me wearing like a black trench coat.
I have this weird feeling now that I can see Chris's character walking around with a pimp cane and a pimp hat.
Just like you see
No, I was
this
gonna
guy
say
wearing a
outside of
mask
armor-
and armor.
I was gonna say outside of armor, he's always got to like put on a fresh T-shirt, sing the T-shirt time song, be ridiculous.
Be way over the top.
T-shirt's got like some sweet like Art Deco on it.
And it's freshly ironed.
Of course, man, you gotta stay fresh for the ladies. 'Cause they
At
might be
least,
buying your
at
next
least
meal.
he doesn't wear like a pimp hat.
All right, so everybody back. Everybody good to go?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, since there's no objections, we'll carry on. So, like I said, you guys back in the warehouse. Art was talking, and some time's going by. The sun's starting to get low, and
My guy's slightly sort of creeped out by Beth's sort of requests, but he's like, whatever, however the guy sleeps, I'm fine with it. As long as he doesn't kill me in my sleep, I'm good. And he's sort of fiddling with this power cell, just like, and you see like electricity coming from his hands from the positive end and the negative end. As he's just fiddling with it.
So, you guys, go about doing, whatever it is you do. I'm sure Amin has a deck of cards or something in there. Perhaps a radio, a small TV. And you guys kind of see, on this little, TV that he's got in there, sort of 12-incher. On the crawl, at the bottom of the TV, you notice some stuff about rebels, criminals at large, last seen at the Techno Rose. There's like something like a 10,000 Shin reward for any information that leads to their whereabouts. And you guys also see some pictures coming across the screen, and these images look as though they're up at a high angle, and you can see each and every one of your mugs in these pictures of you guys in the Techno Rose, and it's also showing like some footage, and it looks pretty doctored up of these guys just busting in and beating up on some unassuming guards. Quite
God.
convenient.
From Best, but
Oh yeah. They doctored them up. They you don't see Art in there. You don't see anything like that. They just look in the throes of getting their ass beat by these rebels.
well, my guy sees this and he's like, well, I'm screwed, and he puts on his cloth mask. He's like, and he's just like, I don't know about you two, but I don't think any of y'all have a way to hide your faces.
Wonderful. I'm being betrayed as a nano stereotype. Fuck you, world.
How do you think I feel? I'm a mystical glaive.
Well, they don't necessarily know about all those fancy titles and stuff. You're just like metas as far as they're concerned. And the sun's low in the sky. You see it start to fade over the horizon. Some more time goes by, and up in the night sky you see a drift of clouds. And as it moves, you can see a full moon beaming down on you, illuminating the dockyard. A few moments after this, you begin to hear howls of perhaps pain, thumping, rattling of chains, and moments later a savage roar booms throughout the dock. So, what I'm going to need to happen here.
I actually have some sound effects for that. So you guys keep going. You guys keep going, but I'm about to pull up that sound for you.
Sure.
Well, I turn to William and I'm like, is that your friend?
No, he just likes to sleep in chains. There was no reason for it at all.
I'm being sarcastic if you haven't noticed. William.
That was sarcasm.
Are we gonna... Do you think he's gotten out?
I haven't heard the sound of metal ripping yet. So right now we're safe.
For now. My guy is slightly worried for his life, but he's like remaining calm. He takes his friend's advice whenever those guys who ask for protection come by, and he's like, remain calm at all times.
So what does Raynor make of this strange cacophony of noise and these savage growls emanating from the docks?
He's in bad shape right now. He decided that we're gonna stay in this evening, so he pretty much hogged that entire bottle of wine to himself.
Okay.
So he's like half passed out, and he hears the howls. And he's like, "Somebody shut that dog up!"
What about Amon?
Hearing howls on the dock, he's a little used to hearing weird noises, so he's not too shaken. But he's gonna go ahead and batten down his little hideout where poor Raynor is passed out on his couch. And while I'm at it, I'm going to make him the cheapest nest. I'm going to make you military coffee, Chris. Military coffee. If that doesn't wake you up, nothing will. Because that shit's battery acid, and you know.
So Amon is going to torture Raynor.
Amon's whipping up, some looks like tar in a cup, and going about turning, the locks, latching up the chains, whatever he's got in there, putting, a chair, kind of wedging it in under the door handle. What about Art? What's Art doing?
Art has been looking around for any type of weapon he could get his hands on, a stick or a broken piece of board, or even a chain he could use as some kind of whip.
If I notice you poking around for a weapon, I'm going to pull my extra dagger out and toss it at you.
Cheers, lad. Well,
I don't need somebody to be murdered on my premises.
If you wanted a weapon, I could have given you a mace.
That's all right, lad. I'm fine with a dagger. And as he takes it in his hand, you see him almost balance the weapon on the back of his palm, flick it back to his palm, and then flick it back into his hand, holding it in a downward grip.
Almost like
pretty skilled with a dagger, mate.
Almost like a dagger fighting grip.
Correct.
Almost like that terrible Dune grip from the 1980s movie.
So he looks like he knows his way around a blade. So, Eric.
Yeah, I didn't know if you guys could hear that or not. So.
I thought I heard something. It went over the sound.
Oh, okay.
So in your, as your body contorts and twists and your joints snap out of place and elongate. Your bones grow denser and thicker, as do your muscles. Coarse hair sprouts all over your body within moments. Where once there was, this 9 foot tall hulking man, is an even larger creature. This 12 foot tall, thick ass, savage wolf like thing.
Oh no, he looks nothing like a wolf. I can't have something in Numenera look normal now, can I?
Oh, okay. So what's he look like?
Imagine, if you will, a black bear. It's the biggest bear outside of a polar bear. And then you're going to put ram's horns coming out the side of its head. He's going to have fangs like a saber-toothed tiger. And he's running around on 8 large, spindly, and very hairy spider-like legs.
What the fuck? All right, so that's what it is.
Thank you, Eric, for Nightmares for a Week.
So what I need you to do now is you're a savage, raging beast. You don't take too kindly to being chained up.
Oh, not at all.
I'm going to need you to attempt to break the chains, and
oh, sure, no problem.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to use GM intrusion and give you.
I would do this with just because it's fun.
Well, here's what I'm doing with the intrusion, though. I'm going to give you the 2 experience, and then you give 1 to someone else for whatever reason. You have an additional, I believe, might edge.
Yes, I do.
So I want you to apply both of those to trying to snap the chain.
Okay. I probably would have done that either way. So let's see here.
Safety first.
Okay.
So since these are, big, thick chains meant to, moor ships,
okay.
We'll say, they're probably about a level 6 task.
Okay. Well, I will be spending 1 might, and I have an edge of 2. So that's the equivalent of the 3 that I need.
So if you spend, so that should drop it down with your edges to a 4 in your new massive form.
Wait a second. I thought it was 3. Yeah, I thought it was 3.
Well,
points.
You get 1. You add +1 to your might edge, +1 to your speed edge, +8 to your might pool.
Yeah, I've got all that written down.
Okay. So, yeah, go ahead and. Oh, yeah, it didn't give you any more effort. I thought it did. I'm sorry.
No.
So it'll be a 5. It'll drop it down to a 5 with the effort.
Well, what I was getting at was the fact that I'm only having to spend 1 might.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought it bumped your effort up by 1, but no.
No. Okay. I happily roll a 3.
That's unfortunate. So you guys hear these chains, clattering. You can also hear the sound of this freighter, under the duress of Best, it seems, or what may have once been Best, just kind of thumping around as it's literally rocked kind of back and forth, lifting up, about 5 or 6 inches on the ground, and it slams down, and then does likewise on the other side. And it is loud.
So what I'm going to start doing is I'll back myself up against the far part of the wall, and I'll try and get full head of steam going, and just ram into one side, turn around, and do it again on the other side, back and forth trying to get out of there.
All right. I'll tell you what. Since you're throwing your ass behind it, getting a running start, I'll let you apply an asset to this one.
Okay.
See, this is the exact reason we tried to 4-point chain you.
Did you hear my character complaining? No.
Alcohol and raging is just not a good thing.
The chains snap.
Oh. So yeah, you guys probably hear something wicked down there.
Yeah, you hear a very loud, like crunching, kind of like boom. Alta, you would recognize this as the sound of metal, very thick metal breaking.
The fact that I'm slightly already fearing for my life, because I did not want to sleep at all because of Bess over here. So I'm like, William, I think your friend snapped the chains already. And I'd sort of like manipulate the electricity to shock him in the ass to wake him up.
Yeah, more than likely.
Oh yeah, you all hear it.
Like I said.
Yeah, and I'm screaming like this echoing cacophony. I mean, I'm trying to think of what that was from. Okay, basically take like dolphin clicks and like drop that down by like 4 octaves, and put a little guttural growl behind it, and that's pretty much what you're hearing from my guy.
Okay, I sort of stand up, put the power cell in my pack, and I grab the hammer and the mace. Put the mace in one hand and sort of take this special grip I figured out, so I can grab my hammer with the other hand.
Sure.
And I am skittering down from my perch, trying to find meal supplement number 1.
So, all right, go ahead and make a perception test, and we'll see what scent you pick up.
If it's one of us, I'm just tripping somebody and running.
That's
I'll be fair.
All he would. I would probably blend in because he would probably be. I would probably blend in with the smell of metals.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate because I literally like set the difficulty at 5 in my head to pick up their scent.
Well, but I have perception. I have perception.
Oh, Lord.
So that would have lowered it.
Okay. Okay, so we'll say okay. So all right, I'll let you squeeze by on this one. You don't pick up their scent this time.
What?
There is an unfortunate dock worker out there. Are you saying you want to grab their scent? Because that would have succeeded. Is that what we're getting at?
Okay. Here's the whole thing. All right. Lycanthropy, werewolf, whatever you want to call them, always is about the tragedy of the character. Okay, now my main character, big and ugly as he is, he tries to help out the little guy. But then you turn me into this nearly 25-foot tall, 3-ton thing.
Right.
All I want to do is rend, destroy, and eat.
Right.
I don't care who it is.
All right. So then, I'm going to continue
Sorry, guys,
to say
that's just the way it is.
that you did in fact succeed on the test that I set, and you pick up their scent. And you start heading towards Amin's house, and you guys can kind of hear outside this chittering, clanging kind of sound of like, like thin like objects. It sounds like this, rapidly banging, off of the steel freighters, and it's getting louder and closer.
I look at Armand. Is there another way out of here?
Yeah, I point him to the nearest back exit.
As soon as he shows me another way out of here, I immediately unleash a gust of flame at the front of this building.
Oh, yeah, I'm good. I'll still extra
All right. Well, I'm following William because I'm not gonna be a sitting duck while this beast is going to kill me. I don't know about you, William, but I do not want to be stuck here. Rainer,
as soon as I catch this place on fire, I'm out the door.
I'm right behind you. I'm like,
Yeah,
screw it,
like-
Rainer, you may owe me, but I'd rather you be dead than me.
Yeah, Rainer kind of gets up as the fire starts, and he goes, guess the party's over.
Rainer,
So you guys are all booking it out this back exit as William sets the front ablaze. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Yeah.
What about Art? What are you doing, Art? Your knee's pretty banged the fuck up. You're in no condition to move with pace.
I feel bad for you, Art.
Sorry, buddy.
Shit happened.
Art would sit there, kind of happy knowing that these guys are able to run out. And as he looks at the front, which is wreathed in flame, a memory comes back to him of war and of sorrow and of men dying all around him, and that feeling of helplessness coming back to him. But he knows, even as the last one of you leaves, he knows what he needs to do. And he grabs the dagger that was given to him, slices down his forearm, kind of pushes himself up with all of his might, and says, "All right, lad, I've made my peace. They're free. Come get me. Come on, boy, come get me." And he just shouts, "Come on! Come on! Come get me!"
We're gonna have a barbecue here soon, so.
So as you guys,
Here's the thing, though. It doesn't change my intelligence. I'm savage, I'm brutal, but I would apply the intelligence in other ways. Like, oh my, do I hear them all running out the back door? That sounds like it'd be a lot more fun than someone stuck inside of a burning building.
Yeah.
So pretty much it's just going to be like bestial instincts. I mean, you can't spend your intelligence for any other reason but to try to change your
I'm not
form.
trying to, but like I said, bestial I'm thinking about all the animals that like to play with their food. That's the direction I was wanting to go.
So here's
I
what
believe these guys directly into a sewer.
so here's what's going to happen, man. This is what we'll do. With like paper, the door folds before your new form. And Art, you see, there's this roaring flame, and you hear the door clatter to the ground. And you can see moving slowly through the fire a shape appear. And a few moments later, it emerges, walking through the flame. And you see this large, just this massive, 12-foot at the shoulder, like a bear-like body with goat horns and these massive teeth and these grotesque, large, furry, spindly, spider-like legs slowly clicking your way. However, your scent of blood is in the air. But, with your new animal-like senses, there are other scents in the air. So, what I'm going to do is you can throw me another perception check, and I will set it at we'll say level 4. And if you beat it, you decide that the other prey is a more worthy hunt. Otherwise, Art suffer.
Well, no, it's not so much the other prey is worth the hunt. It's how much fun can I have chasing
Sure.
around
Whatever-
5 people
whatever your-
instead of 1.
Whatever your reasoning is.
Heath, you
Sorry,
mind giving
dude.
Thank you. Thank you.
There is a God. He felt that.
Heath, you mind giving me an answer to that question I put up in chat?
No, sure, he can come in. I don't care. In fact, I just found another NPC. So, Art, any thoughts in your final moments as this thing bears down on you?
And begins devouring you. It's awesome.
The only thing that runs through Art's mind is all the times that Best and William saddled up to his bar and laughed, and they all joked around. The times where, as hard of a day dealing with the bullshit of the taxation and the jackboots of the police, for one moment they were gone, as they would come into the bar, order a drink, and they would just laugh and joke into the night. And as the beast is about to rip into him, just a tear begins to just kind of curl into his eye as his eyes sink back into his head.
And then suddenly, just the blackness of oblivion washes over you. So,
And William sheds a single tear as they run down the sewer.
What was that? AB negative?
this guy. Kill the moment, man. Just killed it.
Evil bastards.
So you guys find a sewage drain that you can run down. Far too small for anything of that stature to get down. And, you know, a few moments later, you guys jump down into, you know, the wet, stinky slop of the sewer, the putrid water splashing up on your clothes as you're ankle deep in this mud.
No offense, but smelling foul is a lot better than me eating alive.
I would agree.
So they about be able to clean off the filth.
Mm-hmm. So, how do you like to proceed?
Who, me?
Not yet. Not yet. We'll come back to you. The other gentleman.
Oh. Now would be time to start wandering the sewers until we can find an exit far from where we were at.
Oh, Amin, you're a pretty shady fella. You're probably kind of familiar with you know, this area. It's probably not the first time you trek through the sewers, considering a man of your line of work.
Yeah. He's going to take them to the furthest point he can figure that he remembers from where he was. It's going to be somewhere towards the center of the city.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to suggest they get up back on top side,
Mm-hmm.
and that they get to one of his other safe houses in the center of the city and ditch these clothes because it's going to give them away.
We need to find a massive basement with big metal doors.
Yes, we do. But first, I want to get out of these clothes.
I can burn our clothes.
True. But I don't really want to run. You know, streaking while we're already on the run from the law is probably a bad idea, Josh. Just saying.
All right. So, if no one else has any input, Amin is going to lead you to the further side of the city through the sewers, and you know, it's like you guys sometimes just get that occasional feeling, you know, like the hairs on the back of your neck are standing up, you know, you're like you feel like something's about to reach out and just grab you, but there's nothing there, and and
Yeah.
you guys can still feel, kind of occasionally hear that weird, clicking, rumbling howl off in the distance as Bess begins to rampage through the docks.
We just unleashed this poor thing on a bunch of innocent dock workers.
Yes,
It's
you
better
do.
than us being eaten. My
True,
guy checks
but-
his My guy checks
My
his
guy had a soul
chronometer.
if we care.
You think this is the first time I've had to do this?
No. That's a sad part.
Well, Odd is just checking his chronometer to see what time it is.
It's probably about 7, 8 o'clock. However,
All night for this.
And he's sort of wondering what time did like the meteorologist say sunrise was gonna be.
I think we just, like I said, we get to my next safe house, and then we figure out where to go from there.
All right.
so you get to the next safe house. You guys have been holed up, in this for a couple hours, and
We've
now
changed
Beth,
clothes.
the transformation lasts for about an hour. So, but there's just nothing you can do to control it. So for that amount of time, you are just a savage force of nature, ripping these dock workers to pieces. Climbing up the chains like a freaking crazy gnarly spider, going onto the ships. You're throwing fucking these cargo, these into the water, pieces of dock workers. By the time that you finally come to, you see that the water is stained red. There's pieces of flesh bobbing, trails of blood and gore all over the docks. You know that some of these shipping freighters are not where they were before.
Surely out of curiosity, and it's odd that my character would think of this first, but those shipping containers, are actually what they say they are?
Good question. They are not.
Logical question from the other end of the party. How do we send a flare up to get his attention when he calms down without getting all pinched, all of us getting arrested?
Well, that is up to you guys to decide.
Well, Amon's actually gonna ask William that.
Because
He probably has some way for this, because when he's in the area, he's the one that usually makes sure that, because the book suggests that he can even snap me out of it.
you could also willingly try yourself, but I didn't think you would.
Nah.
No, this was much more interesting.
So, interestingly enough, William, you can decide, how you communicate with him. Perhaps you have some type of comm. His chronometer has, I don't know, a link to your watch. But you do notice when you're looking around, as you kind of come to your senses, your clothes are shredded. You're covered in
My clothes
blood
are
and
gone.
gore. Well, still talking about Best here. Inside some of the shipping containers, it says like on the markings, you can see on the side that they're shipping in like parts for like cars and different things. But as you look around, and kind of peer inside some of these parts don't look like they belong to any car that you've ever seen. It looks like there's some like massive mechanical fists, and a couple of them it looks like there's like some 30 millimeter like guns. It looks like there's more gear for the police, and as well as interestingly enough, you see around the docks what looks like some pieces of some of the security guards you would recognize from their black suits. So it appears at some point, for the first time in a while, the guards did come down to the docks to see what was going on, and that was the last place they ever went.
Okay. Common knowledge question here. Do the
Sure.
cops usually carry up some type of video, something or another, so they can record these arrests or whatever they're doing?
Yep, they got surveillance through their helmets, their HUDs. And it's all it's probably a safe assumption too on Best's part that it is all streamed back to the main station. So it's very likely that they know what's going on at the docks, and there may be reinforcements coming at some point. You can't quite tell how long it's been since these guys showed up and got ripped to pieces, but that happened.
Can't? I mean, is the blood's not coagulated or anything?
It still looks a little viscous.
Okay.
It might seem, it looks maybe kind of fresh-ish. Probably no more than a half hour or so. So you may suspect that time is of the essence.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to snag one of these helmets, and I mean, this is essentially going to be dumb luck for me, but I'm going to look it over and see where transmissions might be stored. I don't know. Maybe the way I'm seeing it is it's stored in some form of medium, and when they cross like certain high wires or whatever, that's when it downloads. Because obviously, if they're in the middle of nowhere or in the sewers with no
Yeah,
no
they
way to
got
operate.
they got satellites and servers that are all over the city that monitor it. They're considering the nature of the city. They're fairly good, quite up in the technological field of media streaming, and that same technology will certainly apply to the officers' helmets. If anything, ours is better than what's out right now.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if there's some way I can take the storage media out. I mean, it's gonna be sheer bunk. I mean, I understand that, but I'm hoping that if I can get one back, the guys can kind of try and look it over, especially
you could just take the whole helmet with you if you wanted.
Yeah, and then they'll be able to track me down, I'm sure.
Oh, you caught on to my plan. All right. It looks pretty streamlined, pretty solid, but there's probably some inner workings in the side of the helmet because it's got a fancy Iron Man HUD that just kind of displays and micro recording cameras. But yeah, there's definitely some stuff in the side that you could probably peel back and get at the inner workings.
Yeah, all I want is basically the black box.
Sure. All right. Yeah, you find what looks like to you to be some type of USB kind of device that while the video is being streamed to the office, it's also making a recording that the officer could go back and reference on the HUD.
I'm basically going to hold the mask up, so others can see what's inside, and then I'll hold it up to where it says this is what's supposed to be in there, and I'll do that a couple of times before stopping and ripping that part out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go as circuitous a route as I can to meet up with William and everybody else.
All right, so William, we'll say you do have his chronometer functions as kind of a walkie-talkie, if you will, and you have one linked to it.
Instead of a walkie-talkie, all he's going to do is he looks at his watch or his chronometer, and once he figures out time has passed, he just reaches down and clicks a little button.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, it immediately sends out a ping to his watch, and a map will pop up. One dot on the watch looks like a little flame. That's me. The other dot is a monster head.
All right. So you have this this GPS leading you in the direction.
Okay. Let me see here. Um, I'm gonna move with cover the best that I can. And if I need to get by any roadblocks or anything, then I'll just take to the tops of roofs. And I've got climbing. Be easier for me to get on top since I'm, 9'10".
Right. You're a giant.
Yeah. So that's my basic plan until I meet up with him.
Yeah, we're gonna say you don't have any real difficulties traversing the terrain. It is late out, so it's dark. The night crowd has kind of come out, and with cautious pacing, you are able over the course of an hour or so to make your way to Amon's other safe house.
Okay. Now, basically, I give it a knock that William and I share, so he knows without a doubt that it's me. And as soon as the door opens, I just walk through. And if there's nothing comfortable looking for me to lay down on top of, I'll just fall on the floor and, use whatever's nearby as a pillow and start snoring.
Yeah, so you guys see Beth come in, fucking hammer swinging, covered in blood, and just find a spot to lay down.
Yeah, covered in blood. He's not sleeping on my furniture. He's sleeping on the floor.
As he says, with this bedraggled-looking, hand-me-down couch.
It's fine. You can go look for my backpack if you want to. I've got some more leathers in there. Otherwise, you'll have to wait. Give me an hour or two. Do we have anything to eat? I'm starving.
Go to sleep, Best.
No, seriously. I feel like I haven't eaten in a week.
You just ate like 100 dock workers.
What?
And you guys do notice, too, that it is only Best that has came back.
What?
Seriously,
I have a feeling that poor bartender did not make it through this earlier evening, so...
Don't you have anything to eat in here?
I'm just going to kind of look at you and ask you to your teeth. You're going to find out you ate recently.
What?
Yeah, that'll be fun on the way out.
Just if you find a piece of art, just at least give them to us so we have something to bury.
Look at these guys, man. No sympathy. You guys are heartless.
At least two of us are soulless.
So Beth does this thing and makes himself comfortable. It's getting pretty late now at this point, and a little bit later, Amon, you hear a knock on the door.
I'd like to say that my animal-like senses have me going,
Okay, I'm going to look through the peephole because I'm not about to open the door without seeing who it is.
You see a gentleman outside, and he looks, for lack of better description, like your people, if you will.
Kind of shady.
What's that?
Kind of
shady looking. And you see kind of like behind him, there's like another guy, and they're kind of like talking real quick. And like he kind of comes in and knocks on the door again.
I'm going to palm my dagger. I'll pull it out and palm it. And then I'm going to slowly open the door halfway but not release the chain on it. See if I can get a better look at them, see if I recognize them.
You don't immediately recognize the guy. He kind of, he moves his face up to the door.
Sorry.
Kind of half of his face, and he's like, "Hey, man."
As I get ready to address him, I kind of motion behind my back for William to tell him that we might have a problem and see if he can't get in a better position.
Hey,
and
man.
I look back out the door and ask them what they're looking for.
looking for this guy named Ahmed. He's supposed to be the guy that can, get us what we need. You know where we can find him?
What are you looking for?
He kind of, you see him kind of look around, left and right. Real shady, real suspicious. Like we MCs, man, MCs. I'd rather not talk about it. You know what I'm saying? They got eyes and ears everywhere, everywhere. You know how it is.
I'm gonna slowly let them in, but I'm gonna make sure I'm standing behind them. Everybody, we have them basically surrounded while they're inside. That way, if they try to do anything stupid, they get stabbed from multiple directions.
Sure.
I'd also like to say that when everybody turns around and is encircling these guys, I've crawled off somewhere else.
Okay.
If I can get into a position, I mean I don't know how long I'm at penalty or anything, but I'll gladly roll it.
Well, since you did consume people, I believe it only lasts for an hour.
Okay. Well.
Otherwise, it's 28 hours.
Okay. Well, I probably haven't been in here an hour from rest. Wait. Well, I don't know. I mean, the trip here.
It's been about an hour, so you're good to go as far as penalties are concerned.
Okay.
If you were looking for like an advantageous position to move yourself into, you absolutely can.
Okay, because I was basically going to try and be up in the rafters above the door where we're at, so I can drop down behind these guys if it goes badly.
Sure.
Okay.
So they step in, they're kind of looking around, and it's two guys. One looks to be in his maybe mid-30s or so. The other one probably early 20s, and he kind of throws shifty eyes left and right. And goes, "Nice place you got here. Nice place." So are you Amin? You the guy we looking for?
I can answer questions till you tell me what you want.
All right, fair enough. We looking for a way to get into Shinrakor. You know what I'm saying? And we need access.
How much you willing to pay?
He's like, "Oh, buddy, you'll get all the money you want when this happens." And he kind of, looks around and stands a little taller. He's like, "So, have you ever wondered, why the news never mentions anything about Shinrakor, about its stocks, its latest innovations? Nothing. Even though it's a beacon in the sky, its name emblazoned in neon lights along its gilded tower. No. Instead, they talk about what's hot this season. They talk about the celebrities and their new movies. Not once do they mention the goddamn weather, what's happening in the rest of the world, about the sirens heard in the distance. Not once. Why is that, do you think?
Oh, I have pretty good ideas. I want to make, if I can't make an intellect check against this to see if I can read them, kind of cold read them to figure out if they're lying.
Sure.
It's because everybody wants to see that celebrities are just normal people doing normal things.
That's right.
It's interesting.
What's the difficulty on that going to be?
3, average.
Okay. It's going to be a 2 because it's been my edge.
Sure.
17 is going to do it.
Oh yeah, as far as you can tell, I mean, he's not lying, and he, by his body language and facial expressions, he's completely, just adamant and just foolhardily like in what he's saying. He's preaching. He's coming across almost like a pastor of sorts.
Okay. I'm going to reach into my back pocket and pull out one of my access cards. And I'm going to tell them that whatever they find, I want 20%.
So he takes the access card and looks at him. He's like, "So, you guys think about getting in on this, huh? Huh? You guys want to be part of this, huh?"
Not answering for the rest of them. I don't do the heavy lifting. I just
couldn't be.
cards.
Come on. We could use
So,
all
I mean, we're talking 20% for not doing shit, but how much to get involved?
I'll tell you what. When we get in that tower of yours, pick a floor. It's yours. Does that sound good to you? Sound good to you, buddy? Live the life of luxury up in that gilded tower. It'll be ours. And he stands a little taller, you know. And the kid behind him kind of steps forward, and he's kind of looking kind of proud, and he says, "There will be an uprising. You guys know that? People are not sheep. People are not meant to be lorded over by the rich and the powerful, to be kept in submission, crushing grapes while they laze in their lofty towers, drinking the wine made under the foot of this oppression. Oh no, guys. Oh no. A day of reckoning is coming. The sleeping giant wakes, my friend, and it is angry. It will shake this land with its footsteps. It will tear down the walls meant to keep it caged, and it will lay low its would-be captors, and it will be free. So what say you? Are you guys with us?"
Rainer's gotta kind of like wave him off, be like, yeah, nice speech, buddy. Look, you guys know how bad off I am. I'm in on it. I mean, I could use the shit.
Honestly, my guy's sort of like, do I have any other choice? I just escaped going to jail.
Hey, you're already a terrorist as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, the other one kind of steps forward. He's like, "Yeah, you look familiar. I think I've seen you on the telly."
That's right. It's my pretty face. And he kind of like waves his hand over his blackened helmet.
Me, I've sort of switched from one mask to another. And had switched from another black trench coat.
Okay.
Everyone's gonna try to break into this big building. Great.
I mean, aren't you willing to make a little extra money? I mean, we're already terrorists as far as the rights are concerned.
Hey, look, why be the cattle when you can be the farmer?
That is true. But
we're talking about a floor plus 20% of the rest of the place. That's a good deal.
Hey, there's hundreds of floors. Take 20.
Yeah.
Take 30.
I don't care as long as I get money and I'm no longer a terrorist as far as this city is concerned.
Can't be a terrorist when there are nobody to proclaim you as such.
I mean, what are you up for it, William?
Honestly, at this point, I don't see why not.
I mean, we're already screwed. Especially Best, wherever he went.
Well, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to agree to take them at least over there. Because I know all the back ways and dirty, tricks to get into the buildings. Plus, I have that security guard pass. I can get us through some places that never get through normally. Not keen on getting murdered here.
What about Best? What's Best doing? He's been lurking up there, hammer swinging in the rafters.
Yeah, literally. Right now, my character's thinking that I don't trust them. Their arrival was very, very convenient, and right now I'm gauging exactly how hard it would take me to land and break one of their necks.
Probably not very.
I'm just sitting up there, literally. I don't trust these guys. I know something hinky's going on, so.
Oh, I know something hinky's going on, and as soon as I get an opportunity, I'm sticking the dagger in one of their backs and running off.
Please, I will bash one of their heads up.
All right, so you guys are.
off for you to play soccer with once something goes wrong.
Yeah. So you guys are. Seems like you're all on board and ready to destroy them. Otherwise, should things go south.
Should things go south, I am breaking one of their heads off so Bess can play soccer with it.
All right, so getting the kind of like the okay, the general consensus as you guys talk amongst yourselves. He hands you like a folded piece of parchment, Amin, and he says, "Hey, you can find us there. It's fitting to go down tomorrow." And he turns and exits the building. His young accomplice, if you will, in tow.
Oh boy. I'm not about to meet them on their terms.
Man, what a great guy. He offered us such a great deal.
And I'm
Can't
gonna
believe
jump.
that.
I'm gonna jump down from the rafters and go. I don't trust them.
Well, neither do I, Bess, but do we have much of a choice?
Sure we do.
We can't exactly get out. There's going to be police everywhere.
Hey, I mean, the other option, of course, is we let Bess get imprisoned and then wait for midnight.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
Well, it is 5.
You said you always sleep like that.
It is 5 consecutive nights, and this was night 1.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. It's 5 consecutive nights.
Yeah, so you got 4 more days of splendor.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
William said you always sleep like that. I mean, it happens every night.
Well, that was definitely an exaggeration.
I mean, Best, I already kind of don't like you because you almost tried to eat me.
Not my fault.
Totally your fault.
I can honestly say it's not my fault.
I mean, you killed my favorite bartender.
What?
You killed Art.
No. I don't think they were witness to that.
No, you don't know that at all.
I was about to say.
He's just making wild assumptions. I mean, Art didn't show up.
Fair enough.
Well, he was wounded enough, it wouldn't have taken too much. Just could have been bad luck.
All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, Best. But the moment a fang comes anywhere near my neck,
Look, short
I'm
shit.
not holding.
You do not intimidate me. Stop trying.
Oh well.
I am not gonna hurt anybody unless somebody throws that mind mojo over me or something. I mean, I am me.
All right, fine. Just don't eat me. That's all I ask.
Stop talking about it.
So, next day, the time is 9, and Amin has the map to the location that they indicated, and everybody is going along with the plan so far. It would seem like, and as you're on your way there, you guys are kind of trying to lay low, being conspicuous, and it looks like there's some more footage running across the screen, and it seems like there's glimpses of some freakish looking monster. And again, there's these huge like LED these plasmas all over like we're in fucking Madison Square, just the whole city. And it's also depicting like pictures of some pretty nasty looking scenes of these guards, kind of torn up. It gives you like one of like a POV from like one of our head cams, and like it shows one of these guards kind of like pulling out his gun and popping off, and like a full clip, just pop, 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 as this thing bears down on him, and you just see this big mouth, and suddenly it fades to black, and there's they're asking about monsters on the TV. Like, does anybody know what this thing is, its whereabouts, where it came from? Everybody stay indoors. Shinra Core will protect you. Believe in Shinra Core. And then it's also, you guys see the smattering of the scene, also that night of the individuals that went into this bar and beat up the bartender, and the ever vigilant guards came to his aid but were slain trying to defend this bartender. So people are kind of on edge. There's a few shady looks that kind of get thrown your guys' way as you're creeping through the streets. You just kind of feel out of sorts right now. But sure enough, you do find the place. It looks like an old 3-story building, back in some dirty part of town. You guys, go up and knock on the door, and you see like one of those little sliding, holes, in the door kind of come open, and like a pair of eyes peering at you. And the gentleman speaks. So if my NPC would be so kind.
Yeah. What you want? Who's that? Come on.
Amon, do you feel like talking?
Not to these people. I don't know these people. I'll let somebody who's a little more apt at dealing with people deal with these people. I don't want to.
Rainer?
Hey pal, your pal sent us. The short guy, talking a lot of preachy preach.
Could you describe him, maybe? I mean, after all, I'm not just gonna let the door open for anyone that says, "Hey, my pal came in and said I'm to let these guys in." Come on. What do you think this is? What do you think this is, huh?
I think it's an anarchist meeting. Now, you gonna let me sit on the street and run my mouth, or you gonna invite me in for cake and tea?
Jesus, shut up, shut up. Fine. But let me tell you this. The minute you step in here, there's going to be a weapon trained on you. So you try to run your mouth, you try to do anything stupid, you're dead. And the slide will slam shut. You will hear like several locks starting to open and unhatch and unlatch and unlatch. Then finally the very heavy steel door slowly begins to creak just enough to let one person through at a time.
Well, since Rainer's the more talkative one, I'll let him go first and follow suit behind. Lucky smithing hammer in hand.
Yeah, I'll just shuffle right in. As soon as I see like somebody training weapons on me, I'm like, fellas, it's okay. Hey,
oh, it's
we're
more
all
than
friends
one.
here.
It's more than
Yeah.
one.
He like just puts his hands up and he's trying to like smooth talk his way out of it, but he's still got that Jersey accent, so he's not smooth talking out of anything.
Right. So one by one, you gentlemen file in.
I'm the last one in.
Yeah, Beth's bringing up the rear, and the doorman. What's he think of this mountain?
He will just stare up and up. And listen, you don't think you're getting any ideas just because you're a big man. I'll tell you what, we've got large enough caliber bullets here to put you down even. So you watch yourself.
If that makes you feel better.
Actually, yeah, it does a bit. On you go. And just kind of shoos him off to go join his group.
Opening the door a bit wider than he anticipated.
Yep, and I stay right there at the door so I can keep my eyes on everybody, including the guy at the door.
So you come in and you see there's in the immediate area, probably 30, I guess, maybe 40 individuals. All of them are, in fact, fully armed, varying, size, caliber weapons, handguns, rifles, shotguns. And the one guy who you met earlier, Amin, comes around like this door in the back, kind of the curtain, shoves it to the side and steps out. Like, hey, 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 hey! Glad to see you made it, buddy. Glad to see you made it. Welcome
Shut up,
to the
Flanders.
party. You don't
Sorry.
talk.
I'm sorry. Bad joke, bad time.
So you got what we asked for. Strong silent type, huh?
Well, we got what you asked for, Amin. Care to weigh in?
Sorry, I'm phasing, guys. Sorry. Almost 24 hours. Shit. I missed what you said. What?
He asked for the blueprints.
Yeah. No. I'll give them to him.
So
not to cooperate at this point.
So he takes them and gives them a look over, and he nods and says, he's like, yeah. All right, excellent. I'm gonna get these some copies made and hand them out to the boys. So he disappears once more behind the curtain, and you see the guys. They just kind of start mulling about, checking over their weapons and stuff. There's still about a dozen or so, trained on you guys, and about 20 or so minutes later, he comes out and starts handing these copies out to everybody. And he's like, all right, it's about to go down. So how you guys, you got some kind of other plan, or I'll tell you what, you just want to, you want to follow us?
Well, obviously you guys have more guys.
Makes more sense to follow him.
All right. So everybody's in accord. He leads you guys back into the building, and there's like a sewage entrance that this place was built around, and everybody starts filing in one at a time.
You hear Auden just saying in an accent you never hear him say out often. You hear this Bostonian accent oh great, more sewage.
So you guys are marching.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Hey, Amin, you got a better plan than this?
In the sewers? Hey, trust me. We'll get to the front gate.
All right. I feel like they may not have the best plan going here.
Well, the good news is, while they're getting shot to hell, we'll go in, sell it ourselves, get 100%.
That's your plan.
See, I told you guys he was good.
You guys keep forgetting I have that freaking card for the security guard, and I have multiple passes. We're getting where we want to go.
Good to know. Good to know, Amin. And he's continually saying this in his actual Bostonian accent. He's really letting his real voice just shine through now. Since he's met you guys.
So it takes a little bit of time, and eventually you guys find yourself at the end of this march, and one of the guys kind of begins to climb up this ladder where there's a manhole above, and he lifts it up, and you see him kind of peek around, and looks back down. He's like, "All right, we're here. You boys ready? Got your balls screwed on tight?" And he slides the manhole back, and everybody begins to file out. What you guys see when you exit the manhole is the massive, glittering, neon emblazoned Shinra Core Tower, and it's probably no more than 50 yards away. And you see around the tower is probably about these 25, 30-foot tall, gleaming, steel walls and like a big, circle, entirely, enwrapping this thing. And there's a huge gate as well. And you see, standing, on either side of that gate, a pair of standard issue police mechs.
Well, seems we're gonna have a bit of a fight on our hands. Who wants to go first?
He's kind of looking around. He's like, oh, no. Oh, no. Just wait, boys. Just wait. You thought we were just going to run in there? Ha! No. We brought a key. And as he says this, a few moments go by, and you hear the sound of like a engine just roaring, and it gets closer and closer, and you see coming from behind you this massive, like this robotic figure just soaring through the sky, ripping along, low to the ground. And it looks as though it's some type of hodgepodge, mech of their own, made out of all these parts. And as it approaches, you see the other two. The lights kind of fire up on them, and you see the 30mm cannons with their arm kind of swivel around, and they raise them up and come over the loudspeakers. Say, halt! Go no further. You will be fired upon. And it's making no effort to slow itself down. A few moments later, you start hearing the guns blazing. You can see the flash of, fire erupting from the barrels as they open up on this thing. And it just plows straight into this big-ass gate and buckles under the force. You see chunks missing as it's been riddled with these bullets. But it does not go down. It stands and turns and rushes the closest mech. Then the guy says, knock, knock. And they all rush forward, screaming at the top of their lungs, for freedom! And begin opening up fire on the other mech.
My guy says in his Bostonian accent, Raynor, I think we have no other choice but to go in. After you.
Hey, we can all let these other guys get shot first.
All right then. I kind of agree with Amin.
Yeah, Amin, this is your show. You just point us in the right direction, okay?
Well, I'm gonna start skirting us around some of the outer buildings while these guys are being stupid, trying to headlong in. I'm gonna skirt us to the front gate.
All right. So yeah, you're able to through the the chaos that's ensuing, and you guys hear some more thunderous footsteps. What you can only presume is more of these Shinra Mecha guards coming around to begin aiding their allies, and you're able to slip through, and you get inside. And what you see inside is what looks like a huge like cul-de-sac, if you will, just very ritzy looking houses, each one a mansion in and of itself. Beautiful green trimmed lawns. There's apple trees with ripe, luscious fruit in the front yards. All amazing landscaping. And it is here where the rich and the powerful reside.
Real quick, Heath, I want to go ahead and use my first recovery roll, my one action recovery roll.
Sure.
While I'm taking all this in. I got 3 points to put back in somewhere.
Okay.
Let's put 1 back into that and 2 into my might. That'll work. Okay, so actually 4. I forgot my +1, so there we go. There we go. I'm gonna do that because my polls are getting low.
So, you see this, and then the Shinra Core Tower, gleaming in all its majesty in front of you.
Well, I'm gonna start taking.
Sorry.
I'm gonna start taking us towards the tower, while everyone else is kind of taking all this in, I guess.
Rainer's decided that he's going to stop playing around, and he's actually going to pull weapons this time.
Okay.
So, like, he pulls, like, this little baton from the inside of his left gauntlet, and as he does, like, this, like, kind of a camera iris-shaped shield kind of, like, flies out from his arm, and the pole just extends into a full spear.
I was wondering how long it was going to take my cat to make an appearance on camera.
So what's everybody else doing? Following Amin, beelining for the Shinra Tower?
Yeah, I'm following Amin and taking hammer in one hand and mace in the other.
The key right here, guys, is to act like we actually belong. So you don't walk with too much speed, you don't walk with too much caution. You just kind of breeze through.
You don't look at all like you belong, though, which is the thing.
I was going to say...
But you know what? If you act enough like you belong, nobody questions you. It's all about confidence.
Yeah, I'm sure.
When you got high-tech Hoplite with you, I don't think it's happening.
That and the fact that we have, like, Gigantor over there, but...
a rebel army at their door. Yeah. Just walk slow, guys. Walk slow.
Well, if everyone hadn't pulled... Now we're just going to have a run to the front door at this point, because everyone pulled weapons out. We could have gotten away with it if nobody had pulled anything out. So now
we were gonna get caught either way.
No, because I'm gonna get us to the front door. I'm gonna slide a couple of those security cards, and I'm gonna get us to the front doors if I can.
I'm totally fine with that.
If I can't, I'm gonna let Eric's character rip the door off the hinges. One way or the other, we're getting in this door.
So you guys, begin to see more of these black, sleek-suited guards filing out of different guard posts, and some of them are rushing to the gate. And one of the mechs looks to be down. The rebel, mech is not doing too well at all. One of the legs is missing. There's a huge chunk blown out of its chest, and the other one looks like it's about to finish it off. The security guards are falling. There's, bodies, explosions everywhere. Some of them begin to head your guys' way as you guys are dashing towards the tower.
Anybody have anything on their ciphers that's explosive?
Let me check. I have a message capsule and a snake ham.
Bust out those level 5 ciphers. Let's see them.
Got an intellect enhancement and telepathy implant here.
I got flash detonations.
That might work. Dude, you might be able to confuse the living hell out of them.
But I do have shock and charge as electrical esoteries.
I gotta look at some other one. I wish I had living solvent. I would throw living solvent on somebody. It'd be hilarious.
Since I don't have any Numenera I can pull out, I'm just looking around for the biggest piece of what's left of that armor. Like, hopefully at least half a leg or an arm. A big chunk, just a big chunk.
Well, that's useless.
Yeah, we'll say it looks like one of the barrels of that 30mm rotary cannon on the arm of one of these things, as it got destroyed, had flown into the cul-de-sac and crashed down around where you are, and it's fairly massive.
I'm gonna pick it up, start testing it in my hands like it's a baseball bat.
Yeah, it looks like a big steel bat for probably a man your size. It's pretty heavy.
Perfect.
Okay.
And then I fall back in line with the others.
Like I said, guys, since both of mine are completely useless right now, my ciphers are.
I'm gonna look, 'cause I'm trying to find where my ciphers are.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to try to activate my intelligent enhancement.
Okay.
Let's see if I can get to my focus.
So what do I roll for that?
1d20.
Yeah, same thing. And then whenever the level of the cipher is, that's just the difficulty of the task. So times that by 3.
Well, I've already got that. That's 12, and I rolled a 20. So
imagine that. All right. So yeah, it's on. It's on real good.
I'm now officially going to stop using Dice Roller. 'Cause that's like my 5th 20 tonight.
What's wrong with that?
I don't like that.
That thing is like so unbalanced, it's not funny.
So I've got +1 to my intellect, or +1 edge.
It's your intellect edge.
Yeah.
I don't know if Hedge Magic will help us.
I can always slap a telepathy booster on myself and somebody else.
Well, you use them if you got them. So
I'm just gonna go ahead and try to use my intellect thing and screw it. I'm probably gonna botch it because I have to roll a 15.
Sure.
Yeah, I rolled a 5, so that's burned.
You kind of sputters out.
Sputtered out, great. That's some work. And then I'm gonna try to slap a telepathy booster on myself and the nearest person. And a 3. So I burned both my ciphers without being able to use either one of them.
Cheap ass toys you got in the back alley. You're gonna have a talk with fucking Shakes if you run into him again.
It's gonna involve a fucking tire iron across some knees.
So you guys end up getting to the front door, and the guards that were pursuing you. You can see them closing in.
Rainer's going to go ahead and pull out this device that kind of looks like a boomerang, but it's definitely got one end that's kind of detachable, and he's going to start messing with it. This is the flash detonator, and but it spend effort, by the way, for his intelligence to get it to where I can actually roll.
Sure.
But I fail like a champ anyways, so that's cool.
Okay. Excellent.
I got a 9, and my number to beat was 18.
All right.
So, every last one of us except Josh so far has tried to use this.
I pointed at him, pull the trigger, and a little bang flag comes out, and be like, "Son of a bitch!" Throw it to the ground.
I love the fact that everything I buy is cheap, and I can't use any of it.
So what are you doing, William? Are you trying to use some ciphers too? You guys are at the door.
I already used my cipher and it worked fine. So.
Oh, okay.
Everyone else blown up.
I will reach into my cloak and say, "Here, William, catch." And I toss him my force screen projector because there's no way, none, that I will be able to get it to use.
I will catch it, and
it's a level 8.
Ooh. I might as well use it.
I'm pretty sure you're gonna have to expend effort to even be able to use it.
Anybody can use it. It's just I know I don't have a chance in hell.
Okay.
I have an inability with Numenera.
I might be able to use it.
I will expend effort to use this thing.
So it drops it down to a 7 with your or 8 to a 6 with your training. So you need an 18 of that.
Okay, here we go.
Just roll another 20.
1.
Oh God,
right,
that was
throw
bad.
it to me.
So what happens is I get a free GM intrusion.
GM intrusion.
So you throw this force projector down, and you're like, surely this will keep the guards away. And when it fires up, this large square of force expands, and you guys all find yourself just kind of forcibly pressed, wedged between that and the door, in the wall of the Shinra building. And you see the guards as they're running up, they kind of slow down for a minute, and they just kind of do
what are they doing?
One of those numbers. So, how would you like to proceed?
I'd like to see if I could probably use my Hedge Magic to probably get that flash detonator to work.
is it form fitting, or does it just fall? Does it create the line of force like right there at my chest?
It's like just having like a wall, like being pressed forcibly, like hard into you, like pressing you up to the wall. So
Right, but if it presses me up against the wall, then they should have a little bit of room to move around. See what I'm saying?
They might. It's squeezing pretty damn hard. It's still going to be difficult to do anything while this is happening.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I just figured, they're almost a quarter my size. That if the force field was a straight line lining up with me, then they could easily try and file out around the corner.
Yeah, you look like you've lost a few inches around the waist since this happened. It's pressing pretty damn hard.
Can we at least move around in here?
You can kind of finagle and wiggle a little bit, but not with any amount of grace or speed.
So we're stuck in a tiny room, squeezed up against a 9-foot tall giant.
Right. So you guys have like this moment to decide what's going to happen, and then the guards are probably just want to move around to the edge and shoot fish in a barrel.
Well, nice knowing you, Rainer.
Who's on the end? Like, am I on one of the ends?
You know what? Why not? Sure.
I'm assuming like Amin's probably in the middle because
at this point.
And like it's basically like I'm assuming Amin's in the middle and it's like the giant, me, Rainer, and William on the outside around him.
I'm going to try to squeeze out.
Same here.
We're all smashed against a wall.
Well,
I'm an idiot. I know what I'm doing. I am an idiot. Why didn't I think of this sooner? We have this impenetrable wall of force in front of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna break through the wall behind us. Elbows, mule kicks, however much strength I can muster.
We're stuck in basically a barrel.
I like where this is going. I'll tell you what. If you want to try to like forcibly press your way through this steel and concrete wall, we can go with that.
Yeah. Because I know I'm not moving through an impenetrable wall of force.
We'll set it at a level 5 task to try to manhandle your way through this thing.
Just because I want it to succeed, because it would look absolutely awesome.
Can I aid you in this?
You can press and provide an asset if you guys want to try and help.
That's going to get disgusting real quick.
I'm going to put my hands on the wall and just breathe myself in flame.
I'm sort of going to use my electric part of me to just like add a bit of fuel to the fire. Sort of make it easier for
Are there any
Bess to get
windows
through.
above us?
Oh, there's a door behind some of you.
There's a door behind one of us.
Yeah, but if it's not behind me, I have to go through a wall.
Well, if it's behind me, I'm going to push my way through it.
I was looking for windows because I was going to use that wall and this wall to create leverage and easily climb up.
Yeah, see, if
for
I'm
you
in
little
front of
guys,
the
that's
door, I'm just going to melt my way through the glass.
You know, if we could move.
So here's
I'm sort
the thing.
of gonna be hitting my friggin' hammer against like a window or something.
So are you going to try to assist Best as he tries to just like man move through the wall?
Yes, I'm going to assist him.
All right. So let's see if this happens first. Let's see if this happens. This will be the two things that you can do before the guards do anything. Like y'all can do one thing. So this is your
Okay.
one thing.
You said it was 5.
I put it at a 5.
My
So the
effort takes it down to 4.
The asset would drop it to a 3. So a 9 or better.
9 or higher.
I got an 18.
What's it? Well, you don't have to roll. You're just providing an asset. What's it look like, Best, as you bust a flex?
Basically, I just kind of wedge myself into where I think, I've got the force here and the wall, and those two are perfectly perpendicular to each other. I lean my lead foot up against that, and I bring up my right foot as high as I can, and then I just kick off. And whatever material there was, there's now a size of me broken down to where these guys could easily get out from around it.
Yeah, so like concrete and rebar just kind of bend and crumble around
To my whim.
To your whim, as you decide that the door that they presented you with was neither big enough or good enough.
It wasn't big enough.
So I guess all of us are going to squeeze into the hole he opened.
So I suppose everyone's going to squeeze into the hole.
Hey, it's going to be easier for you guys to do than it is for me.
Well, you have to go first. You're in front of it.
Yeah, and I'm moving.
So as you guys kind of shimmy along and get through this, as the last one of you gets through, the force barrier continues its expansion and kind of slams up into the wall, cutting off the door and pseudo sealing up the hole that Bess made. And you see the guards just kind of like slamming on this thing, trying to push it. A couple of them start like shooting at it. Like you can see them. It's transparent, but there's nothing they can do.
Does anyone have a camera that I can get this on video?
Look at these jokers, huh?
Are there trash cans anywhere near us?
So as you enter the lobby, you hear kind of like a startled, like kind of squeal, like surprise, and you turn and you see there's what looks to be like a receptionist sitting at a desk.
I'm on a hair trigger right now. So basically I swing around with that 30mm cannon barrel and I slam it down like right there on the desk and say, "You might want to leave now."
Okay. Just for your information, your order has been processed. If you'd like to go
Yeah. The Shinra Corporation appreciates our business. Now get out of the way.
At this point, I just start dragging my finger along the desk, and a line of fire is following it.
I'm sort of like in the Bostonian accent being like, "You might want to leave now. And we're being very kind right now. So please."
You're being kind.
You're being kind. I was about to say, I'm about to be a jerk and shoot her in the face with something.
Anyway, so you might want to go, like,
Get your own,
yesterday.
Get your own intimidation game over there, all right? Don't play mine.
And she runs off, snapping a heel in the process and kind of stumbling around into things, just kind of...
I never understood why heels. I don't get it.
Bolts for the door and flings it open and goes to run out and smashes straight into this invisible force barrier.
Rainer loses it. Fucking the most obnoxious, loud Italian dude laugh emerges from him.
Rainer, did you get that on camera?
Smacked into it, because she just smacked into it like a bird in a fucking clean window.
Yup.
I'm asking Rainer if he got it on camera.
No.
No.
Damn it. Anyway, he's like, "Well, shall we make our way up?"
I just kind of look at everyone. I think stealth is out.
Yeah, stealth is totally out of the window right now, William.
If you wanted stealth, you would have asked me to stay behind.
So you guys, you do see looking around. She's kind of laying on the floor in a fucking daze. You do see looking around like there looks to be a couple like elevators, and then there's some stairs off to the side as well.
Okay, my question is for you guys: elevator or stairs?
Stairs. So you can shut down.
We should take the stairs. Because you notice everywhere I'm walking, I'm basically dragging my hand along the wall. My entire body is wreathed in flame.
Yeah, so us being in an elevator with you is not. Yeah.
I'm gonna take point and be taking like 4 steps at a time.
My guy's sort of like dragging his like lucky smithing hammer around and is like, all of this would be pretty expensive to smash. I'm asking Rainer, should I smash something right now?
No, wait till bulk smash later.
I can't
Take care of the
take the hammer
corporation
to
first.
anything yet.
Take care of the
All right.
corporation first, and then we'll assess the assets.
Alright. Basically, everything here is valuable first for now.
So you guys begin to.
Yeah, if somebody stops burning it the fuck down, Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, that's
Control your fire, preferably
It's,
in your arms.
This is your floor now, William. This one's you.
This is all yours, William.
Just, okay, remember, William, when we're done, you can burn the place down.
Yeah.
We don't care what you do once we have the valuables.
Fine. I'll turn the flame off.
So as you guys ascend the stairs, you know, it's just this place, you know, 150 stories. It takes a bit of time to get up there.
The next floor, I'm taking the elevator. By myself. I'm taking the elevator by myself.
Yeah, well,
You go
everyone
ahead
else
and do
is
that.
taking stairs because you're getting unlocked in the
Son of a
elevator.
bitch. Nope.
Maybe.
He's not taking it by himself. Rainer's going to argue with you about how this is a stupid plan, and we're going to get shot as soon as we get to the floor we're going to.
So we're going to go down the stairs and surprise them from behind.
Alright, they'll expect the elevator. They won't be expecting the stairs.
No, they won't because they're guards.
No one's gonna be expecting a frickin' elevator. Okay, they're gonna be like, they would be dumbasses. So they're gonna be taking the stairs. So they're gonna be huffing and puffing once they get it to the top. So once they're huffing and puffing and tired, then we take them out.
I'll tell you what. Why don't we just do this the easy way?
Exactly.
No.
No, sorry, somebody just said no one expects the Spanish Inquisition. I had to, you know.
Best, open the elevator.
Alright, I'll open the elevator.
No, Best, I want you to open the elevator doors.
I put one hand up and I pull it back.
Now, pull the car down.
This is why I like hanging out with you so much. I always get enough exercise.
Enough exercise, God.
So, are you talking about riding on the roof? That way the cameras don't see us?
No, I'm going to melt the cables.
You're gonna melt the cables.
We're going to go the expressway.
We're not getting on the elevator. We're going to take the stairs. The elevator's going to fall to the floor.
It's going to scare the crap out of the guards. Good call.
Okay.
Alright, fine.
So I'm reaching in and I'm grabbing these cables.
Okay.
And I'm pulling them out just about like I'm pulling a big bowstring.
Okay.
As soon as he does that, I like my entire hand wreathes in flame, and I just started holding the flame near the cable, above his hand.
Okay. So, in short order, they begin to glow and get red hot, and as the you know the steel cables become malleable, you see them kind of begin to almost like stretch, you know, like warm taffy, and finally it just snaps.
You better let go of those.
No. As soon as it snaps, as soon as it looks like it's getting ready to go, I smile real big and I drop it, and I'm looking in the shaft, waiting for chaos to hit. Literally.
How long is that going to take to hit the bottom floors?
Honestly, I will be happy at the sound.
And before I did that, I also stuck my hand into the systems on the top of it and fried the circuitry to the automatic brakes.
Yeah, you sure did. And it plummets. You guys were probably, you know, on like the 100th floor. So this thing is picking up steam. You can hear it whistling.
Oh,
And,
that's gonna be a lovely crash.
I'll take
You know,
one big step backwards.
Hey, Josh, did you think about the poor technician at the bottom?
Nope.
Oh. Oh gosh, I feel bad for anyone in the shaft.
Yeah, somebody's dead at the bottom. It's awful.
So
I
yeah,
feel bad for the janitor.
it hits, and you guys can, feel the stairwell shake, and, you see, dust and debris kind of like roiling, like bubbling water, up the shaft. And you can kind of see like a bit of light at the bottom as the centrifugal, or the kinetic energy, and just the burst of air just ripped the elevator doors off the hinges.
Do you think those doors hit the guards?
And now we go downstairs.
Oh, gosh. Now we exit the stairwell while the guards are picking their teeth up. Because they're like a little more than confused. We should blend right in with the chaos. Congratulations, Josh.
Yeah.
With the internet.
Yeah, sure. One freaking armor, a giant,
guys-
a pyromaniac, and this guy black coat and mask. Sure, that'll blend in nicely.
But you're forgetting the crazy guy that looks like a pedophile, so...
Oh yeah.
So you guys continue to ascend the stairs to the presidential suite, I assume?
Yeah.
Presidential. Ooh.
Someone's got to own the company.
Can we light the president on fire? The question.
Actually, here's the question. Do we play soccer with his head first, then light it on fire?
That was my trick, not yours.
I prefer fingers.
I'm just curious if this Joker has a flying Numenera. You get what I'm saying?
So as you guys ascend
One
the
quick
stairs,
thrust through a window and we're done.
and you crest the top of the stairs, and you see this grand room, massive crystal chandelier overhead, all golden filigree, and there's just marble, floors with mosaics, like Greek-inspired, marble pillars, and all kinds of art. Some of it, looks like stuff that you may have read about in a history book. There's like some lady, like, all in black, just kind of like sitting there like this. You see on like the plate of the picture, it's all faded, but you can see like Nalisa, is written down there at the bottom.
That thing
Rainer
must
has
be
no
hundreds
shame.
of years.
Rainer has no shame. Like, I assume that there's probably like some candelabras or some candle holders that are like
Oh,
gold
yeah.
around here. Like, he's just gonna pick up one as he goes by and like throw it in the backpack.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we're all probably picking up loose ends, like stuff that's most likely
Oh,
expensive.
that candle holder alone is probably worth a year's worth of work, Rainer.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm at least taking one of the candle holders with me. If I have to run and I only get the candle holder, it was worthwhile.
Yeah, judging by the weight, it's solid gold.
Chris,
I actually look up at the chandelier. I kind of pull a trash can over. I light the trash can on fire. Then I look at Best. Throw that up at the anchor point.
I'm like, he's taking loose ends. I'm measuring furniture.
I know this is gonna sound like the stupid question, but why's the shit got to be on fire?
Yeah, there's like
I mean, this stuff is probably thousands, probably millions of dollars worth, William. Why does it all have to burst into flames for you?
Because people that own it are assholes.
So,
Hey, but it will be in
Ahmed.
better hands when we're done with this.
There's no way we can carry all of this stuff with us.
Amen, you see like a cushy, like red, suede, fainting couch with beautiful,
I'm totally
mahogany.
Right in your dockside office.
the way out. Eric's character's carrying furniture for me. He's turning into a mule.
No, I'm not. I am not.
My guy's looking for the tiny, expensive stuff like rings, jewelry,
stuff we can sell. Or
I'm just randomly destroying things.
we're gonna have like this party of people running out with different pieces of furniture. It's gonna be great.
My guys carrying like coins, rings, necklaces.
While they're sitting all there oogling all the gold,
Right.
I'm looking around for somebody that's actually supposed to be in there.
It doesn't look like there's anybody in this room per se. It's just like, you know, a big a gallery of sorts of all this fine, elegant artwork and well-crafted stuff. But across the way, you do see there is like a large pair of oak doors with just this, you know, amazingly sculpted, you know, like design in the wood, like master craftsmanship.
Okay.
That door is probably worth more than what we make in a year.
I'm just gonna walk over there nonchalantly, and then I'll knock on the door quietly, and then I'm gonna pull back and just slam on it as hard as I freaking can.
So
I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, you
I'm
do
giving
that.
I'm going back into combat stance after the single candle. That's the little candle holder was pretty much worth the trip alone.
Well,
So
This is
probably
why
have, like,
Rainier is
3.
like going to work until he dies, because he's like, this will pay my rent for a month, and then he doesn't think about the rest of the shit he could be looting.
so go ahead, Amin.
Since nobody's up here, I'm gonna look over at Willem and be like, "Well, somebody's here. Might as well burn it down. It's gotta start somewhere."
See, you say that, but he's already leafing through a book with both of his hands on fire, and then he throws that into a pile and grabs another one.
My guy's grabbing all the the famous stuff, the books, the stuff that William's not burning.
Yeah, Almond is
The
going to
candle holders.
look for a file cabinet to see if he can break one open before William gets to it to burn it.
We're basically grabbing the stuff that's expensive
Hey,
before William
William.
gets to the hands on.
We having a good old fashioned book burning?
It's a start.
So how do I handle that, Heath? Do I find a good filing cabinet where I can steal plenty of good information from the president's office before William burns it?
Not in this room per se. No. Not in here. But real quick, Best, are you trying to like break the door? If so, just throw me in a.
At first, I was just like knock, knock, knock.
Right,
I'm gonna skip a couple of beats in case someone actually is nice enough to come open the door. Right as that nice person should be opening the door, I am going to bash this in like it is made of toothpicks.
Sure. So just give me a level 3 task, Mike.
Okay. Okay.
Chepe brings up a good point. A pseudo-medieval world just now needing and using knowledge to build civilization. Burn books at first sight.
Can I use the cannon barrel?
Yeah. I'll let you use that to give you an asset to smash it.
Okay, so we've gone from a 3 to a 2. Okay, effort, which takes it down to a 1.
You know, a 3 or better.
This thing just splinters.
Yeah.
It just splinters.
So this beautiful, painstakingly crafted door just cracks down the middle and falls in on itself. And inside you see a large room.
I have to know, was there anyone standing behind the door when it exploded?
There was not.
Oh, well.
However,
I was wanting to use a certain descriptor on that.
okay. However, inside, like you see this large room, and you know there's a big, you know, like Persian, you know, looking rug in the middle, and you see two, you know, tall back chairs kind of sitting at an angle, and this big, just like, you know,
I'm still going through the bookcase
a bookcase that William hasn't burned and grabbing as many books that I can.
At this rate, if I'm sure I heard that door break down, so I'm running into the next room.
Oh yeah, like I'm heading towards the next room.
That's
As soon as I see that carpet, my eyes light up.
Yeah. there's a few busts and stuff as well, and looking out this window, you can see from 150 stories up the city sprawled out before you, and you can see kind of like as the city moves out further and further, it just looks like it gets crummier and crummier. You can see the beautiful cul-de-sac within the walls of this lush green grass, beautifully trimmed lawns. And slowly the chair kind of turns around, and you see a gentleman sitting in a chair. He probably looks to be 60 or so years old. He's wearing a white, kind of like pinstripe suit. Looks freshly ironed, not a wrinkle on it. His gray hair is kind of slicked back, immaculately trimmed goatee with a pair of gold-rimmed, round lens glasses.
Like John Lennon glasses.
And he just kind of, gives you a nonchalant look, and he says, "Hello, gentlemen. How can I help you today?"
What do you?
I don't know if I have much to say to the president of my company. We're burning down his office.
Yeah. I'm probably walking in with like
fucking
8
joking
books
with
in
me?
my arms.
This
Are you
feels like
fucking
a
joking with
Kafka moment.
You think I look like a clown or something?
I
You know
walk
why-
in. I know what you can do for me.
Go on.
How fire resistant are you?
Can't say that I've ever had the pleasure of testing out such mundane ideas.
Good. Let's test them out. And I'm firing a bout of flame at this guy.
So Heath, is this going anything like your last group?
No. No, they had a completely different approach.
Once the guy's on fire,
So,
once the guy's on fire, I'm gonna look to William and I'm gonna be like, maybe somebody wanted to ask him a couple of questions first, and then I'm gonna use the 30mm cannon barrel to beat the fire off of this guy.
so, but before we get ahead of ourselves, what I want to do is I'm going to use some GM intrusion, and you see his gaze kind of move over to you, Raynor, and he's like, "Oh no. I didn't think you were any kind of joker at all. You look like an intelligent lad, quite capable.
Which means you've probably called security by now.
How would you feel about?" He kind of leans back, his fingers steepled, and kind of gestures, being able to partake in this. So I'm going to give you the 2 experience, and as he tries, he's kind of like to compel you to everything leading up to this moment, to convince you with riches beyond your wildest imagination, and join his side.
Lots of money, or kill the guy who's been giving me trouble for like 12 years.
I'm kind of okay with the lots of money plan.
I am too, Raynor, but I'm torn. I could kill the guy who gave me lots of grief, and we could also take his money in the process.
Your cred stick, no limit. He kind of gestures out the window. That one there.
What about the noose?
The news? What news? We're never in the news.
I think we solved our problems.
Basically a lot of money, and you leave us alone?
Well, not alone. Sounds like he's employing us.
He says, gentlemen, let's be civil. Look. And he kind of, leans forward on his desk, his hands steepled. Crime. It's at an all-time low. robberies, arson, murder. Everyone has a job.
Oh,
Everyone
my God.
has health care.
Everyone does.
Everyone has a place to live. Things they desire. You would destroy all of that. You would rob all of these people of their livelihood.
It's not their livelihood. They're fucking slaves to you.
Yes,
Are they?
I agree with William.
Are they?
Yes.
Yes,
Sheep.
you are a totalitarian oppression that we seek to rid of.
He kind of, once more, he gestures kind of, at you, Rainer. Do you guys know how many other places in the world do not have that? Could never have that? Do you know how many places out there
Oh God,
have
your voice is
innocents
grating on my nerves.
that gets
Shut-
murdered daily? They don't have meals to sit down to. Do you have any idea at all how many call a box home? Hundreds of places.
Do you know how nice it will be not to have every single person under this regime taxed less than to death?
Mm-hmm.
We want to start talking about helping the little people. All they do is bitch and complain, and they might not know your name, but they're doing it anyway.
Can I burn this motherfucker yet?
I don't
And
know.
can
Can
I-
I snap him in two first?
Okay, you snap him in two, then you burn him, and then I will knock this guy's head out the window.
And I think it's about time for me to slowly back out of this room because you guys are going slowly down the crazy train. Just
Completely in character from my guy. I mean,
I disagree, but it's still the crazy train.
Yeah, I'm burning him. I'm
I mean-
him about a flame.
So
Imagine.
I'm gonna look to Alta and I'll be like, so I tell you what, I'm gonna pass it up. We're even. You can
All right.
you make the call on this one.
All right, man. For once, I get to make the call. That's great.
Imagine how many people out there
All right, well, you first shut up.
would this whole beautiful city would descend into chaos without order.
That's it.
People will be
18.
homeless.
I got an 18 on my burn.
Best. Snap him in two.
This is not going the way you envisioned this at all, is it?
yeah, this is. See, I was wondering who was going to cave first, me or Josh. It looks like he beat me to it by a little bit there. But
So
I too
is
will be
this-
making. Yeah, I will as well be making an attack roll.
But
Yeah.
that's everybody's final decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna kill this guy and then take his money.
I'm using Onslaught. I'm dousing him with a flamethrower.
Infinite cred stick, Rainer. Nothing for you.
Nope.
I mean, I'm gonna kill
I'm
this guy
paying a
and then take his
personal
money.
I'm paying a personal debt.
All right.
I'm
So-
killing this guy and then taking his money. That's my deal.
I was gonna say because if Alta takes the deal, then Rainer has no problem with it. But if Alta doesn't take the deal, then Rainer's pretty much committed to making sure that Alta gets out of here alive.
I mean, Rainer, we could take his money after we kill him.
So, you guys decide to kill him. He's a frail old man. He puts up no fight and goes up
Yeah.
in flames.
Yeah, I got a natural 20 anyway.
That doesn't even matter.
Knocking his head out
He's
of the
dead.
window.
Doesn't even matter. He dies. You just see,
Still
him
taking-
engulfed in flames, and he spits and sputters and hollers out, "Why? You've ruined everything. You destroyed the city, you fools!"
Hey,
No,
hold
we
on a
haven't
second.
destroyed the city
My
yet.
dog's going ape shit. Hold on.
And then he collapses.
Guys, we haven't destroyed the city yet.
Yeah. I mean, we could leave everything as it is and
So-
take the guy's money and act like we were never here.
The president of Shinra Corps, essentially the owner of the city, of everything in it, is dead. You guys have successfully ascended the tower and murdered him. at this point later on, as we fast forward, you see that the city does in fact kind of begin to descend into chaos. Anarchy ensues. The targeted ads become fewer and fewer, and people begin to do just more and more of what they want. The security forces are slowly kind of being overwhelmed. They have just barricaded themselves inside that cul-de-sac. So for better or for worse, you guys did in fact free the people. And the sleeping giant has awoken. And that, gentlemen, is the end of this one-shot. The sleeping giant.
Yay, we murdered some innocent person that really wasn't that bad of a guy, but the truth is, socialism doesn't work, and trying to convince me that it doesn't work. I was just going to be passive and let Josh murder him.
I mean, I was going to murder him and take his money. That was my deal.
Well, I mean, there was no reason for me to murder him because I knew that Josh or Eric was going to rip him in half.
So,
yeah, somebody starts preaching socialism at me, whether it's a character or not, I will kill them.
But by the way, that whole door thing reminds me of a D&D 3.5 game we played one time where we stole a metal door because it was mithril and we wanted the money. We carried
I was tempted.
A 17-foot mithril door around like a 6-person party carried back to town.
To be fair, I had like 8 famous books in my backpack.
Let's go ahead and wrap it up because we're still live.
Yeah. That's what we're getting at. So that's been the end of the one shot. I had a ton of fun. I ran this once previously for another group of gentlemen. Let's just say it ended in the same fashion, but they just took a different route to a means to the same end. So the president has been killed twice. So this been Heath Wanamaker at Gaming in Gotham on YouTube, gaminggotham.wordpress. And I will let my players once more plug anything that they want to plug, if they want to say a few words, and then I will catch everybody on the flip side. So, Nestor.
Oh, you can check me out at the Mining Nerd and see all the fun stuff I'm working on there. And it's been a fun game. I still took his money, though. That was my end goal. Kill him and take his money.
All right, and then my intrepid NPC, in my opinion, probably the man of the hour, the face of 1,000 people, Mike.
Hi, yeah. Again, a real pleasure playing with you guys, especially even as an NPC. I think that was a lot of fun. It was challenging to think of different voices, but I really like the way this worked out. I really enjoyed it. So check out my channel. It's Mike the Piper, and I may be putting out a video soon on how to do voices and accents. So check it out. Thanks.
Excellent. Next in line is Kyle.
Had a absolute blast. Haven't been able to play for a while because I'm in a group that nobody runs anything in besides me. So I actually had a lot of fun. Feel free to check us out again at Legacy Game Mastering on YouTube or Facebook, or at legacygamemastering.wordpress.com. It's not been updated in a while. I got a little bit out last week, but I'm absolutely trying to keep up with it, and hopefully now that I'm settling into a new place, I'll be able to get back on top of it.
Excellent. And then we'll move over to Mr. Josh himself.
Hello, once again, I'm Josh the RP Gamer. It has been fun gaming. Thanks, Heath, for running. It was great gaming with these guys, as always. Check out the One Shot Tabletop RPG group on Facebook, and, do what you do.
Excellent. And then we'll hop right on over to Eric.
Hello again, Eric Padraig. I am the project manager of Haphazard Projects, and we do have a project right now on Indiegogo, Shadium Song, but you can get links to it all over my Facebook at Haphazard Projects. I really want to thank everybody, for helping me out in the game here. And like I said, I've been looking forward to playing this character concept for quite some time. So kudos for letting that happen for me. I really appreciate it. Everybody have a good night, and we will see you around the table.
Absolutely. I am here to accommodate. And then we will move over to Chris.
Hey guys, it's Chris. Channel's Drop Dice on YouTube or dropdice.com, as I've got on my banner here. Yeah, this was actually pretty cool. This is the first time I got a chance to play Numenera, even though I kickstarted it and had it since like publishing. So it was actually a great chance to do it. So I had a lot of fun with that. We also have Chepe in the group. If you want to check out his channel, it's Fawn Trotten. He's been kind of listening in and providing a little commentary in the chat, trying to convince us that we should kill the president in a not so nice way.
Rude dude. So, since we do have our guest star here, Chepe, by all means, plug anything you want to plug, and if you have a few words, go for it.
I did clarify in chat that I was strictly joking, and I was only feeding what I knew that Josh and Kyle would already do.
Hey, Kyle was innocent this time, Chepe.
But check out Gaming in Gotham. There's a lot of cool custom content made by Heath here, Bruce Wayne. There is the One Shot Group, Tabletop RPG One Shot Group on Facebook, as well as the RPGW3, Chucklefox Anonymous Group, and Eclipse Phase Transhuman Conspiracy. There's a lot of different groups, including Roll20 as well, that you can hook up games such as this online, both on Google Hangouts, on Roll20, and Fantasy Grounds. There is Realm Changers Facebook group and Keith Hershey's DM group as well, if you're interested, and on Facebook for Fantasy Grounds as well. I would recommend everyone else's channels. They're all much better, and that's what I will plug.
All right, fantastic. And also check out his channel, Fawn Trotten. Lots of informative stuff over there. Some unique ideas. So again, this has been Heath Wanamaker, aka Bruce Wayne. And next time you guys find yourself in the mean streets of Gotham, you best keep your eyes peeled.